Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the cozy parlour of the Green Dragon Inn, where the fire crackled merrily in the great stone hearth and the scent of pipeweed mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread, there gathered on many an evening a small company of hobbits eager for tales of old. The autumn wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and sending leaves skittering across the cobblestones, but within those thick walls all was warmth and comfort. It was on such nights that the Old Gaffer, as he was known throughout the Shire, would settle into his favourite chair by the fire, accept a mug of the finest ale, and begin to speak of days long past. The Old Gaffer was ancient even by hobbit standards, his face lined with wrinkles that spoke of countless seasons, his hair white as fresh snow, and his eyes still bright with the memories of stories handed down through generations. Some said he was the oldest hobbit in all the Shire, though he himself would only chuckle and wave away such talk with a gnarled hand. What mattered was not his age, but the tales he carried within him, tales that reached back to the very beginning of hobbit folk, to times when the world was younger and stranger than it is today. On this particular evening, as the fire cast dancing shadows upon the walls and the younger hobbits settled onto their benches with eager faces, the Old Gaffer took a long draw from his pipe and gazed into the flames. The assembled company fell silent, for they knew that look. It meant a story was coming, and not just any story, but one of the old legends, the kind that sent shivers down your spine even as it warmed your heart. Now then, the Old Gaffer began, his voice still strong despite his years, settling into the familiar cadence of the storyteller. You young folk may think you know all there is to know about hobbits and our ways. You know of the Shire and its boundaries, of the Four Farthings and the families that dwell therein. But there are tales, old tales, that reach back to before the Shire was even founded, to when our ancestors wandered the wild lands and learned the secrets that we have nearly forgotten. Tonight, he continued, his eyes twinkling in the firelight, I shall tell you of the first garden, and of how hobbits came to love growing things above all else. For you see, dear listeners, there was a time when hobbits were not the gardeners and farmers you know today. No, in those ancient days we were wanderers, moving from place to place, never staying long enough to plant so much as a single seed. The gathered hobbits leaned forward, for this was indeed a tale rarely told. Even the innkeeper paused in his work, a cloth forgotten in his hand, to listen. It was in the days when the world was still being shaped, the Old Gaffer went on, when the great powers of Middle-earth walked openly upon the land, that there lived a hobbit named Rowan Greenfoot. Now, Rowan was different from his kin, for while they were content to follow the seasons and gather what they could find, Rowan looked at the world with wondering eyes and asked questions that others thought foolish. Why, he would ask, do we not stay in one place and make the earth give us what we need? Why do we wander when we could build? Why do we gather when we could grow? But his people would shake their heads and tell him that such was not the hobbit way, that they had always wandered and always would, and that he should not trouble himself with impossible dreams. Yet Rowan could not let go of his vision. He had seen how the elves tended their gardens, creating beauty and abundance from what seemed like nothing. He had watched how men, though crude in their methods, could coax food from the earth year after year, and he wondered, with all the stubbornness that has always been a hobbit trait, why his own people could not do the same. One spring morning, as the first flowers were pushing through the last patches of snow, Rowan made a decision that would change the fate of all hobbits forever. He told his family and his clan that he would wander no more, that he'd found a green valley with a gentle stream and rich brown earth, and that there he would stay and learn to make things grow. His family was horrified. His mother wept, certain that he would perish without the protection of the clan. His father argued that he was going against the ancient ways, that hobbits were meant to move with the seasons like the deer and the birds. His brothers and sisters pleaded with him to reconsider, to stay with those who loved him. But Rowan, though his heart ached at their distress, remained firm in his resolve. "I must try," he told them simply. "I must know if it can be done, and if I succeed, perhaps others will join me, and we will build something lasting, something beautiful. But if I fail, then I will rejoin you next spring, and I will speak no more of growing things." And so Rowan Greenfoot, with nothing but a small sack of provisions and a walking stick cut from ashwood, said farewell to his people and made his way to the valley he had chosen. It was a beautiful place, sheltered by gentle hills on 3 sides, with a clear stream running through its heart and meadows of sweet grass stretching in all directions. Ancient oak trees stood like sentinels along the valley's edge, and wildflowers dotted the landscape in splashes of colour, but beauty alone does not fill a belly or provide shelter from the rain. Rowan soon discovered that his dream was harder to achieve than he had imagined. He had no knowledge of when to plant or how to prepare the soil. He did not know which seeds would thrive and which would wither. He had no tools save his hands and his walking stick, and the earth, which had seemed so welcoming from a distance, proved stubborn and unyielding when he tried to work it. Day after day Rowan toiled in his valley, trying to remember everything he'd observed during his wanderings. He attempted to plant seeds he had gathered, but birds ate most of them before they could sprout. He tried to build a shelter, but his first attempts collapsed in the rain. He grew thin and weary, and more than once he considered abandoning his dream and seeking out his clan before winter came. It was on one such day, when Rowan sat beside his failed garden plot with his head in his hands, that he heard a voice speaking to him. At first he thought it was the wind in the trees, but then the words became clear, and he looked up to see a figure standing before him that made his breath catch in his throat. She was tall and graceful, with hair the colour of ripe wheat and eyes as green as new leaves in spring. Her gown seemed to be woven from living plants, shifting and growing even as he watched, and where her bare feet touched the earth, flowers sprang up in her footprints. Rowan, who had heard tales of the Valar and their servants, knew at once that he was in the presence of one far greater than himself. "Why do you weep, little one?" the figure asked, and her voice was like the sound of growing things, of seeds splitting open and roots pushing through soil. Rowan, finding his voice at last, explained his dream and his failures, how he wished to learn the secrets of growing things but had no teacher and no knowledge. The being smiled, and it was like the sun breaking through clouds. "I am Yavanna's handmaiden," she said, "and I have watched you these many weeks. Your people have always been dear to the earth, though they knew it not, for they trod lightly and took only what they needed. But you, Rowan Greenfoot, you have seen a deeper truth. You have understood that hobbits and growing things belong together, that your kind has a gift that has lain dormant, waiting to be awakened." She knelt beside him then, and though she was so much taller, somehow it did not seem that she was looking down at him. "I will teach you," she said, "but you must promise me something in return. You must promise that when you have learned, you will teach others, and they will teach others still, until all hobbits know the joy of making things grow. You must promise that your people will always be guardians of the growing world, tending it with love and never taking more than they need." Rowan, his heart swelling with hope and gratitude, made that promise gladly, and so began his education in the art of gardening, an education that would last through all the seasons of that year and into the next. The handmaiden of Yavanna proved to be a patient teacher, though her lessons were unlike any that Rowan could have imagined. She did not simply tell him what to do, but rather helped him understand the language of growing things, to hear what the earth itself was saying. She taught him to read the signs that nature provided, to know when the soil was ready for planting by its smell and texture, to understand which plants thrived together and which competed for the same nourishment. Under her guidance, Rowan learned to prepare the earth, not by forcing it to his will, but by working with it as a partner. She showed him how to turn the soil gently, mixing in the fallen leaves and the remnants of last year's growth, creating a rich bed in which seeds could flourish. She taught him the secret of composting, how the waste of one season becomes the nourishment of the next, a cycle as eternal as the turning of the world itself. The handmaiden revealed to Rowan which seeds should be planted when the earth was still cool and which required the warmth of summer. She showed him how to protect tender seedlings from frost by covering them with straw, and how to keep the birds from stealing his harvest by creating scarecrows and hanging bright ribbons that danced in the wind. She demonstrated the proper way to water, not too much and not too little, letting the plants themselves tell him what they needed by the look of their leaves and the feel of the soil around their roots. But more than just the practical knowledge, she taught Rowan to love the work itself. She helped him understand that gardening was not merely a means of survival, but a form of partnership with the earth, a way of participating in the great song of creation that had shaped the world. When he planted a seed, she told him, he was not just ensuring his next meal, but adding his own small voice to that eternal melody. As the seasons turned, Rowan's garden began to flourish. The seeds he had planted under the handmaiden's guidance pushed through the earth, their green shoots reaching toward the sun. His bean plants climbed the poles he'd set for them, their tendrils curling with a determination that made him smile. His lettuce formed tight heads of crisp leaves, his carrots grew straight and true in the loose soil he had prepared, and his tomatoes swelled red and heavy on their vines. The handmaiden taught him about herbs as well, those plants that did more than simply fill the belly. She showed him which ones could ease a headache or settle an upset stomach, which could be used to flavour food or preserve it through the winter months. She revealed the secrets of chamomile and mint, of sage and thyme, of lavender and rosemary. Each plant, she explained, had its own personality, its own preferences for sun and shade, for wet soil or dry. She also taught him about flowers, though at first Rowan protested that flowers were frivolous, that he should focus only on food. But the handmaiden laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a summer breeze, and told him that beauty itself was a kind of nourishment, that a garden without flowers was like a song without melody. And so Rowan learned to grow roses and hollyhocks, daffodils and daisies, creating patches of colour that made his heart lift every time he saw them. Through it all, the handmaiden impressed upon him the importance of patience. A garden, she explained, could not be rushed. Seeds sprouted in their own time, plants grew at their own pace, and harvests came when they were ready and not before. This was perhaps the hardest lesson for Rowan, for like all hobbits, he could be impulsive and eager when something captured his interest. But gradually he learned to wait, to trust in the processes he had set in motion, to understand that some things cannot be hurried no matter how much one might wish otherwise. As winter approached and his first harvest came in, Rowan found himself surrounded by abundance beyond anything he'd imagined. His small storage shed was filled with potatoes and onions, carrots and turnips, all carefully sorted and stored to last through the cold months. He had dried beans and peas, preserved tomatoes and pickled cucumbers, jars of honey from the bees that had come to pollinate his flowers. He had herbs hanging in bundles from his ceiling, filling his home with their fragrance, and seeds carefully saved for the next year's planting. It was on the last day of autumn, as the first snow began to fall, that the handmaiden came to him one final time. Rowan had been expecting this, for he had noticed that her visits had become less frequent as his knowledge grew, as he learned to read the garden's needs without her guidance. Now, as she stood in his garden with snowflakes settling on her hair like diamonds, he knew that their time together was ending. "You have learned well, Rowan Greenfoot," she said, and there was pride in her voice. "You have become what I hoped you would be, the first of a new kind of hobbit, one who understands the partnership between your people and the growing world. But remember your promise. This knowledge is not yours alone to keep. It must be shared, passed on, taught to others until all hobbits know the joy you have discovered here." Rowan bowed his head, feeling the weight of that responsibility settle upon his shoulders. "I will remember," he said. "But tell me, how will I teach them? My people are scattered across the wild lands, following the seasons as they always have. How will I even find them, let alone convince them to abandon their ancient ways?" The handmaiden smiled. "Your success will be your argument," she said. "When they see what you have achieved, when they taste the food you have grown and see the beauty you have created, their hearts will be stirred. Some will be ready to learn, and you will teach them. Those you teach will teach others, and slowly over generations your people will be transformed. They will settle in one place, creating communities built around their gardens. They will develop a love for growing things that will become part of their very nature, so deep that in time they will forget there was ever a time when hobbits did not garden." She reached out and touched his shoulder, and where her hand rested, Rowan felt a warmth that seemed to sink into his very bones. "I give you this gift," she said. "You and your descendants will have a special touch with growing things, a green thumb as it will come to be called. Plants will thrive under your care in ways that others cannot quite match. This gift will mark you and yours as the first gardeners, and it will pass down through your line as long as hobbits tend the earth." Then, with a final smile, she began to fade, becoming translucent like morning mist, until at last she vanished entirely, leaving only a circle of snowdrops blooming impossibly in the snow where she had stood. Rowan knelt and touched one of the delicate flowers, feeling tears slip down his cheeks, though whether they were tears of sadness or joy or gratitude, he could not say. The winter that followed was long and cold, but Rowan weathered it well in the snug home he'd built, warmed by his fire and nourished by the harvest he'd stored. He spent the dark months planning his next garden, sketching designs in the ashes of his hearth, dreaming of new plants to try and new techniques to master. But more than that, he thought about how he would share what he'd learned, how he would convince his wandering kin that there was a better way. When spring returned and the snow melted to reveal the first green shoots pushing through the earth, Rowan set about preparing his garden for a new season. But this year was different, for he worked with a purpose beyond his own sustenance. He planted more than he needed, far more, creating rows upon rows of vegetables, beds overflowing with herbs, and patches of flowers that would bloom in succession throughout the growing season. He was preparing not just a garden, but a demonstration, a living argument for the life he had chosen. As the world warmed and life returned to the valley, Rowan kept watch for travellers. The valley lay along one of the routes that the wandering hobbit clans sometimes followed, and he knew that eventually some of his people would pass this way. He did not have to wait long. One morning in late spring, as he was tending his bean plants, he heard voices carried on the wind, the familiar sound of hobbit speech mingled with laughter and the barking of dogs. Rowan's heart began to race. He wiped the soil from his hands and made his way to the edge of his garden, where he could see the road that wound along the valley's rim. There, moving in the characteristic loose formation of a travelling clan, were hobbits. He could see the canvas-covered wagons they pulled, the children running alongside, the elders walking with their staffs. Even from a distance he recognised the gait and bearing of his own people, though he could not yet tell if these were members of his birth clan or another family entirely. He raised his hand in greeting and called out, his voice echoing across the valley. The travellers halted, surprised to see anyone in this place, and even more surprised to see that the person hailing them was a hobbit. After a moment's consultation, several members of the group began making their way down into the valley, curiosity overcoming their initial caution. As they drew closer, Rowan felt a jolt of recognition. The leader of the group was his own cousin, Bramble Hayward, whom he had not seen since he had left his clan nearly 2 years before. Bramble's eyes widened as he recognised Rowan in turn, and he broke into a run, covering the remaining distance with the energy of youth despite his pack. "Rowan Greenfoot," Bramble exclaimed, clasping his cousin's arms in greeting. "We thought you dead. Your family mourned you through this winter. We heard no word, saw no sign, and feared that you had perished in your foolish experiment." His tone was both relieved and reproachful, the voice of one who had worried greatly. "As you can see, I'm very much alive," Rowan replied with a smile, "and my experiment, as you call it, has been far from foolish. Come, cousin, bring your clan down into the valley and let me show you what I've built here. I promise you will not be disappointed." Word spread quickly through the travelling clan, and soon the entire group had descended into the valley, their wagons circling near the stream as they made camp. They gathered around Rowan's home and garden, their expressions ranging from amazement to scepticism as they took in what he had accomplished. The garden was at its spring glory, with early vegetables already showing promise and flowers beginning to bloom in riotous profusion. The children were the first to break the silence, running between the rows of plants with delighted cries, marvelling at the neat furrows and the abundance of growing things. The adults were more reserved, walking slowly through the garden paths, reaching out tentatively to touch the leaves of unfamiliar plants, sniffing the herbs with expressions of wonder. They had seen gardens before, in their travels through elvish lands and human settlements, but they had never imagined that a hobbit could create such a thing. Bramble stood beside Rowan, shaking his head in disbelief. "This is remarkable, cousin," he said quietly. "Truly remarkable. But how? How did you learn to do all this? We hobbits have never been gardeners. We take what the land gives freely. We do not force it to our will." Rowan smiled at the familiar objection. "I do not force anything," he explained. "I work with the earth, not against it. I learn to listen to what the plants need, to provide it when I can, and to accept what I cannot change. It is not so different from how we have always lived, moving with the seasons and respecting the land. I've simply chosen to stay in one place and deepen my understanding rather than moving on." He invited the entire clan to share his evening meal, and as the sun set and the cooking fire was lit, Rowan prepared a feast from his stored harvest and the fresh produce of his spring garden. There were roasted vegetables glazed with honey, a hearty soup thick with the beans and herbs, fresh bread baked in his outdoor oven, and a salad of tender greens dressed with oil he had pressed from seeds. For dessert, he brought out preserves he had made from wild berries, spread on thick slices of buttered bread. The travelling hobbits ate with increasing enthusiasm, their initial wariness melting away with each delicious bite. Many of them had eaten well enough in their wanderings, finding nuts and berries, catching fish and small game, trading with other peoples for grain and cheese. But there was something different about this meal, something that spoke of care and planning, of working with the seasons rather than simply following them. As the stars came out and the fire burned low, the questions began in earnest. The clan's elders, who had been watching and listening with sharp eyes, wanted to know everything. How did Rowan know when to plant? How did he protect his crops from animals and weather? What did he do when things went wrong, when plants failed or pests invaded? How did he preserve food for the winter months? Rowan answered each question patiently, explaining the principles the handmaiden had taught him. He spoke of companion planting, how certain vegetables grew better together, supporting and protecting each other. He described the importance of crop rotation, moving plants to different beds each year to prevent the soil from becoming depleted. He demonstrated how to save seeds, selecting the best specimens from each harvest to plant the following year. But more than the technical knowledge, he tried to convey the deeper truth he had learned, that gardening was not just a means of survival, but a way of connecting with something larger than oneself. When you plant a seed, he told them, you're participating in an ancient cycle. You're trusting in the earth and the rain and the sun to do their part, just as they trust in you to do yours. It is a partnership, a dance. And when you learn the steps, it becomes as natural as breathing. Some of the younger hobbits were immediately captivated by Rowan's vision. They peppered him with questions late into the night, asking if they could stay and learn, if he would teach them what he knew. Others, particularly some of the older members of the clan, remained sceptical. They argued that the wandering life had served hobbits well for generations, that there was freedom in movement that would be lost if they tied themselves to one place. One old hobbit, silver-haired and bent with years, spoke up from his place by the fire. "What you have done here is impressive, young Rowan," he said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "But you speak of one good year, one successful harvest. What happens when the rains do not come? What happens when frost strikes early or disease ruins your crops? A wandering clan can move to where the food is, can adapt to changing conditions. But if you tie yourself to one plot of ground, you are at the mercy of fortune." It was a fair objection, and Rowan had thought about it many times during the long winter nights. "I will not claim that this life is without risk," he admitted. "But consider this. When we wander, we are always at the mercy of what we can find. We eat well when the season is good and go hungry when it is poor. But here, I can store food for lean times. I can plant crops that mature at different times, ensuring I always have something to harvest. I can improve my soil year by year, making it more productive. Yes, there are risks, but there are also securities that wandering cannot provide." The debate continued long into the night, with passionate arguments on both sides. But Rowan noticed that even those who argued most strongly for the old ways kept glancing toward his garden, kept reaching for another helping of the food he had grown. And he knew that seeds had been planted in more than just his soil, that ideas had taken root that would grow and spread in their own time. When the clan prepared to move on 3 days later, 5 young hobbits asked to stay behind and learn from Rowan. Among them was Bramble. who had been most impressed by everything he had seen. The clan elders debated this request at length, but finally agreed, though they extracted a promise that the young hobbits could rejoin the clan if the experiment failed, that they would not be cast out for choosing this new path. And so began what Rowan would later call the Time of Teaching, a period that would stretch across several seasons and transform not only his valley, but the very nature of Hobbit society. The 5 young hobbits who stayed proved eager students, though each brought their own strengths and interests to the work. Bramble showed a particular talent for understanding soil and the mechanics of cultivation. A young lass named Primrose had an instinctive knowledge of which plants would thrive together and which should be kept apart. Another, called Thorn for his prickly temperament, surprised everyone by developing a gentle touch with the most delicate seedlings. Rowan divided his garden into sections, giving each student their own plot to tend while maintaining a common area where they could all contribute. He taught them as the handmaiden had taught him, not through lectures and rules, but through observation and experience. When Bramble planted his seeds too deep and they failed to sprout, Rowan did not scold but simply asked what Bramble thought might have gone wrong and what he might do differently next time. When Primrose's first attempt at companion planting resulted in one crop overwhelming another, they discussed together why it had happened and how to prevent it in future. The students learned quickly. The hobbits have always had nimble fingers and sharp minds when something captures their interest. But more importantly, they learned to love the work itself. There was something deeply satisfying, they discovered, in the rhythm of the garden, the daily tasks that changed with the seasons but somehow remained constant in their essential nature. Weeding in the cool morning while dew still clung to the leaves, watering in the evening as the sun painted the sky in shades of orange and pink, harvesting when crops reached their peak ripeness. These activities became not chores but meditations, quiet times when the mind could wander while the hands performed familiar motions. As spring turned to summer and summer to autumn, the garden expanded. What had been Rowan's solitary plot became a patchwork of individual gardens, each reflecting the personality of its tender. Bramble's section was practical and efficient, with straight rows and carefully labelled plants. Primrose created flowing beds that seemed almost wild, yet produced abundantly through her careful understanding of plant relationships. Thorn, despite his gruff exterior, cultivated a section devoted entirely to flowers, creating combinations of colour and fragrance that took the breath away. The abundance of that first shared harvest was beyond anything the students had imagined. They had helped with the planting and tending, but somehow it had not quite registered in their minds what the result would be. When the time came to gather in the crops, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of food they had produced. Root vegetables filled basket after basket. Beans hung heavy on their poles. Squash sprawled across the ground in such profusion that they had to carefully step around them. The evening of the final harvest, they gathered around a great bonfire and feasted on food they had grown with their own hands. There was roasted corn dripping with butter, potatoes baked in the coals until their skins were crispy and their insides fluffy as clouds, carrots glazed with honey from the hives Rowan had installed, and fresh bread made from wheat they had ground themselves. They ate until they could eat no more, and still the food kept coming, a testament to the richness of the earth and the skill they had developed. It was Bramble who first voiced what they were all thinking. "We cannot eat all of this ourselves," he said, gesturing at the mounds of harvested vegetables still waiting to be stored. "And we have more than we can possibly preserve, even with all Rowan's methods. What shall we do with the surplus?" Rowan had been waiting for this question, for it represented a crucial step in his larger vision. "We share it," he said simply. "Word has reached me that several hobbit clans are wintering not far from here this year, in the caves beyond the eastern hills. We will load wagons with our surplus and take it to them as a gift. And perhaps when they see what we have accomplished, more will wish to learn." The journey to the winter camps took 3 days, with the 6 hobbits pulling wagons laden with vegetables, dried herbs, preserved fruits, and even some of Thorn's flowers, carefully pressed and made into arrangements. The travelling clans, preparing for the lean months ahead with their usual stores of gathered nuts and dried meat, were astonished at the bounty the gardeners brought. News spread quickly through the camps, and soon hobbits were gathering from all directions to see these strange kin who had abandoned the wandering life. Rowan and his students found themselves surrounded by curious questions, sceptical comments, and occasionally genuine interest. They explained their methods, showed samples of seeds they had saved, and most importantly shared their food freely with all who came. The taste of fresh vegetables in the midst of approaching winter, the aroma of herbs that could turn even simple fare into a feast, these were arguments more powerful than any words. That winter, 15 more young hobbits returned to the valley with Rowan and his students. The original students became teachers themselves, passing on what they had learned with the patience and care that Rowan had shown them. New gardens were laid out, new homes were built, and the small settlement began to take on the characteristics of a real community. They built a common hall where they could gather for meals and discussion, a storage house where the harvest could be kept cool and dry, and a workshop where tools could be crafted and repaired. But it was not all smooth progress. That second year brought challenges that tested their commitment and ingenuity. A late frost killed many of their early plantings, requiring them to replant and adjust their expectations for the harvest. A plague of rabbits discovered their gardens and threatened to devour everything they had grown. Disagreements arose about how to divide the labour and share the harvest, for not everyone worked with equal dedication, yet all expected to eat equally well. Rowan found himself not just teaching gardening but helping to build the structures of community life. They developed a system where each gardener was responsible for their own plot but contributed a portion to the common stores. They created rotating duties for communal tasks like maintaining the tools and watching for pests. They established councils where disputes could be aired and decisions made collectively. It was messy and imperfect, and there were times when Rowan missed the simplicity of his solitary first year, but he understood that this too was part of the transformation he had set in motion. The rabbit problem was solved by a young hobbit named Marigold, who suggested they build fences not around individual gardens, but around the entire cultivated area, creating a protected space that was easier to maintain than dozens of small barriers. The fence became a community project, with everyone contributing labour and materials. When it was complete, they celebrated with a feast, and Marigold became the settlement's first acknowledged innovator, someone who had looked at a problem and found a solution that improved upon what they had been taught. This pattern of innovation and adaptation became one of the settlement's greatest strengths. While Rowan provided the foundation of knowledge, his students and their students in turn began to experiment and discover new techniques. Some found that certain plants grew better in shade than in full sun. Others discovered that fish waste, when properly composted, created fertilizer of exceptional quality. Thorn, working with his beloved flowers, learned that some varieties could be bred to produce new colours and forms, a discovery that would eventually lead to the elaborate flower gardens, for which hobbits would become famous. By the end of the second year, the settlement had grown to 30 hobbits, and other communities were beginning to form in nearby valleys. Former wanderers were staking claims to promising pieces of land, building homes, and planting their first gardens. Not all succeeded. Some found the transition too difficult and returned to their old ways, but enough persevered that a fundamental shift was occurring in Hobbit society. Word of these developments spread through the wandering clans like ripples in a pond. Some viewed the changes with alarm, seeing them as a rejection of traditions that sustained the Hobbit since time immemorial. Others were intrigued, particularly those who had grown weary of the constant movement and uncertainty of the travelling life. Arguments erupted around campfires, families were divided, and the future of the Hobbit people hung in a delicate balance. It was during this time of tension and transformation that something unexpected occurred. Rowan, now in his 4th year of gardening, was working in his plot one misty autumn morning when he noticed something strange. A plant had sprouted in his garden that he had not planted, something he did not recognise. Its leaves were broad and silvery, catching the dawn light in a way that seemed almost luminous, and its stem was unusually thick and strong. Rowan knelt beside the mysterious plant, studying it with the careful eye he'd developed over years of gardening. He had not planted it, he was certain of that, for he kept meticulous records of every seed that went into his plot. Yet here it was, growing with a vigour that suggested it belonged exactly where it had chosen to sprout. He reached out to touch one of the silvery leaves, and the moment his fingers made contact, he felt a warmth spread through his hand, a sensation both familiar and strange. Over the following weeks, Rowan watched the plant grow with astonishment. It developed at a pace that defied natural law, adding inches to its height each day, its leaves unfurling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The other gardeners noticed it too, gathering around to marvel and speculate about what it might be. Some thought it was a weed and should be pulled before it spread. Others believed it was some elvish plant carried by wind or bird from distant lands. But Rowan, remembering the handmaiden and her teachings, suspected the truth was more significant than any of them guessed. When the plant finally flowered on the morning of the autumn equinox, the entire settlement gathered to witness the spectacle. The blossoms were unlike anything they had ever seen, great bells of deepest blue that seemed to contain the colour of twilight sky. But more remarkable than their appearance was their fragrance, a scent that evoked memories of home and comfort, of safety and belonging, feelings so strong that many of the watching hobbits found tears streaming down their faces without quite knowing why. As they stood there, transfixed by the impossible beauty of the flowers, the plant began to release its seeds. These were not ordinary seeds that fell to the ground to await the next season. Instead, they drifted upward on gossamer threads, catching the morning light like tiny stars, and the wind carried them away in all directions, spreading across the valley and beyond toward every corner of the lands where hobbits dwelt. Rowan understood then what he was witnessing. This was Yavanna's final gift, delivered through her handmaiden's grace. The seeds would take root wherever hobbits had begun to garden or dreamed of gardening, and whatever plant grew from them would be a reminder of the covenant between his people and the growing world. It was a sign that the transformation he had begun was not just his own choice, but part of a larger pattern, a destiny that had been waiting for hobbits since the world was young. In the days that followed, reports began to arrive from other settlements. The mysterious plant had appeared in gardens across the region, always in places where hobbits had committed themselves to the settled life. Some communities reported one plant, others had several, but all described the same silvery leaves, the same impossible growth, the same blue flowers with their heart-stirring fragrance. The travelling clans, when they heard these tales, spoke of them with a mixture of wonder and unease, for it seemed that powers greater than any hobbit were taking an interest in their changing ways. The plant became known as Yavanna's gift, and it became customary for new settlements to hope for its appearance as a sign of blessing on their endeavours. Cuttings and seeds were treasured, passed from community to community, until nearly every hobbit garden contained at least one specimen. The flowers, when dried, retained their fragrance and were used to scent homes and mark special occasions. The leaves, when brewed as tea, were said to bring clarity of thought and peace of mind. But the true significance of Yavanna's gift lay not in its practical uses, but in what it represented. It was proof, visible and undeniable, that the gardening life was not merely a choice made by a few eccentric hobbits, but a calling that came from the very powers that had shaped Middle-earth. This realization shifted the debate within hobbit society. The question was no longer whether hobbits should garden, but rather how quickly the transition could be managed, and what traditions from the old wandering life should be preserved. As the years passed and Rowan grew older, the settlements multiplied and flourished. What had begun as his solitary experiment in a green valley had become a movement that was reshaping hobbit culture. The wandering clans grew smaller as more families chose to settle, though they did not disappear entirely. Some hobbits retained the love of travel and the open road, and they became traders and messengers, carrying news and goods between the growing communities, providing a vital link that prevented the settlements from becoming isolated. Rowan himself became a figure of legend, sought out by hobbits from distant regions who wished to learn from the first gardener. He welcomed all who came with patience and humility, sharing everything he knew without reservation. His valley became a school of sorts, where aspiring gardeners could spend a season or a year learning the fundamentals before returning to establish their own plots. The students who learned there carried his teachings far and wide, but they also brought back their own discoveries, creating an exchange of knowledge that enriched everyone. It was during this time that the first seeds of what would become the Shire were planted, though none recognised it as such at the time. The scattered settlements began to develop relationships and common practices. They established markets where surplus could be traded, creating economic bonds that supplemented the social ties of kinship. They began to mark boundaries and recognise each other's claims to particular lands, the first steps toward the concept of property that would later have become so important to Hobbit society. Rowan watched these developments with mixed feelings. He was proud of what had been accomplished, grateful that his vision had taken root so thoroughly, yet he sometimes missed the simplicity of those early days when it had been just him and his garden, working in harmony with the earth without the complications of community politics and social organisation. He understood that growth and change were inevitable, that the seed he had planted must grow according to its own nature, but there were moments when he longed for the quiet intimacy of his first seasons in the valley. One autumn evening, as Rowan sat in his garden watching the sunset behind the western hills, Bramble came to join him. Bramble had become the settlement's unofficial leader, the one to whom others turned when decisions needed to be made or disputes resolved. He'd married Primrose, and together they had 3 children who were already showing the green thumb that seemed to run strong in the families of the first gardeners. "We have been talking," Bramble said, settling onto the bench beside his cousin and mentor, "about how to preserve your legacy. You have taught us so much, Rowan, given us a way of life that has brought prosperity and contentment to our people. But memories fade, and we worry that future generations might forget how it all began, might take for granted the knowledge that you worked so hard to gain and share." Rowan smiled, though there was sadness in it. "All things fade in time," he said gently. "The handmaiden told me that hobbits would eventually forget there was ever a time when they did not garden. Perhaps that is as it should be. When something becomes so natural, so much a part of who you are, the memory of learning it becomes less important than the practice itself." But Bramble shook his head stubbornly. "No, there is wisdom in remembering where we came from. We have decided to establish a tradition, a gathering each year at the spring planting, where the story of the first garden will be told. We will teach our children and our children's children about Rowan Greenfoot and the handmaiden, about the choice you made and the patience you showed. It will become part of our folklore, a tale told around hearths on winter nights." Rowan felt warmth spread through his chest at these words. He had not sought fame or recognition, had never imagined that his name would be remembered beyond his own lifetime. Yet he could not deny that the idea pleased him, not from vanity, but from the hope that the deeper truths embedded in his story might be preserved along with the facts. "Very well," he said at last, "but make sure the story emphasizes the partnership, not just my role. The handmaiden's teachings, the patience required, the love of growing things for their own sake and not just for what they provide, these are the important lessons. If my name is remembered but these truths are forgotten, then the story serves no purpose." The tradition that Bramble proposed took root as firmly as any seed Rowan had ever planted. Each spring, as the earth warmed and the first green shoots pushed through the soil, the hobbits of all the settlements would gather in Rowan's Valley for what became known as the Festival of First Planting. They came from distances that would have seemed impossible in the wandering days, entire families making the journey to participate in the celebration and hear the tale of how their people had been transformed. The festival grew more elaborate with each passing year. There were competitions to see who could grow the largest pumpkin or the sweetest strawberries, demonstrations of new gardening techniques, and trading of seeds and cuttings. Young hobbits who had come of age during the past year would plant their first gardens under the guidance of elders, a ceremony that marked their full entry into the community. At the heart of the festival remained the telling of Rowan's story, a task that fell to different speakers each year but always followed the same essential narrative. Rowan attended these festivals with a mixture of pleasure and embarrassment, for while he appreciated the honour being shown, he found it peculiar to hear his own life recounted, as if it were ancient history rather than events he clearly remembered. The storytellers, with the natural embellishment of their craft, had already begun to add flourishes that made him seem wiser and more heroic than he felt. In some versions, the handmaiden appeared as tall as a tree, her voice like thunder, when Rowan remembered her as only slightly taller than himself, speaking in tones that were gentle and encouraging. Yet, he did not correct these exaggerations, for he understood that stories served a different purpose than mere facts. The tale they told might not be precisely accurate in every detail, but it conveyed truths that were more important than factual precision. It reminded hobbits of their relationship with the earth, of the patience and care required to make things grow, of the rewards that came from settling in one place and building something lasting. If making him larger than life helped preserve those lessons, he could accept the distortion. As Rowan entered what would be his final years, he began to notice changes in himself that had nothing to do with age. His hair, which had been brown as rich soil, was taking on a greenish tint in certain lights. His fingers, when he worked in the garden, seemed to sense things that others could not. The health of the soil, the needs of plants, even the presence of water deep underground. These were manifestations of the gift the handmaiden had promised, the green thumb that would mark him and his line, but they were becoming more pronounced as time passed. One spring morning, Rowan woke before dawn with an urgency he could not explain. He dressed quietly, not wishing to wake the household, and made his way to his garden. The stars were still visible in the sky, and the first birds were just beginning their songs. He walked among the beds he had tended for so many years, touching the plants he had nurtured, feeling the soil he had improved season after season. Everything was as it should be, ready for another year of growth, yet he felt that something significant was about to change. As the sun rose, painting the valley in shades of gold and rose, Rowan saw a figure approaching along the path from the east. His heart knew who it was before his eyes could confirm it. The handmaiden walked toward him, with the same grace he remembered from their first meeting, though now she seemed somehow more substantial, more present in the physical world. She had not visited since that last day before his first winter, but he had always known she was watching, guiding the transformation of his people through her influence on the growing world itself. She stopped at the edge of his garden, and he saw that she was smiling, though there was sadness in her eyes. "You have done well, Rowan Greenfoot," she said, and her voice was exactly as he remembered it, like the sound of growing things. "Better than I dared hope. Your people are transformed, rooted to the earth in ways that will endure for all the ages of the world. The wandering hobbits are becoming a memory, and in their place are a people who understand the sacred partnership between those who tend and those who grow." Rowan bowed his head, feeling the weight of his years and his accomplishments. "I have only done what you taught me," he replied. "The credit belongs to you and to Yavanna, whom you serve." The handmaiden shook her head gently. "I provided knowledge, but you provided something more precious. The courage to change, the persistence to continue when others doubted, the generosity to share what you learned without seeking power or profit. These qualities cannot be taught, Rowan. They come from the heart, and yours has always been true." She stepped into the garden then, and where her feet touched the earth, new growth sprang up. Flowers of varieties Rowan had never seen, each more beautiful than the last. She moved among his plants, touching them with tender care, and he saw them respond to her presence, growing fuller and more vibrant, as if they too recognized their ultimate creator. "The time has come," she said, turning to face him, "for you to receive your final reward. You have lived a long life by Hobbit standards, and though you could live longer still, I offer you a choice. You may continue as you are, growing older in the natural way, teaching and tending until your strength finally fails. Or you may come with me to a place where gardeners are honoured and where you can tend growing things that exist beyond the circles of the world." Rowan felt no fear at this offer, only a deep curiosity. "What of my people?" he asked. "Will they continue to thrive? Will the knowledge be preserved?" The handmaiden gestured to the valley around them, to the gardens spreading across the hillsides, to the smoke rising from the chimneys of the settlement. "Look at what you have built," she said. "This is not dependent on you alone anymore. You have taught hundreds who have taught thousands. The love of growing things is woven into the very nature of your people now. They will not forget, and they will not fail. The Shire that is to come will be a testament to what you began here." "Then I will go with you," Rowan said, surprising himself with how easily the decision came. "I have lived a good life, a full life, and I am ready to see what lies beyond. But first, may I walk through my garden one final time?" The handmaiden nodded, and together they walked the familiar paths. Rowan touched the plants he had tended for so many years, whispered farewell to the trees he had planted, ran his fingers through the soil he had enriched. He thought of all the seasons that had passed, of the students he'd taught, of the transformation he had witnessed in his people. He felt no regret, only gratitude for the opportunity he had been given and satisfaction in knowing that his work would continue. As they reached the spot where Yavanna's gift grew, its silvery leaves catching the morning light, Rowan paused. "This plant," he said to the handmaiden, "will it continue to appear in Hobbit gardens?" "Always," she replied. Wherever hobbits commit themselves to the growing of things, wherever they establish gardens with love and care, Yavanna's gift will find a way to bloom. It is our promise to your people, a reminder that they are never alone in their labours, that the powers of growth and life watch over them still. Rowan reached out and touched one of the silvery leaves, feeling its warmth spread through his hand one last time. Then he turned to the handmaiden and nodded. "I am ready," he said simply. She took his hand and together they began to walk toward the rising sun. With each step, Rowan felt himself becoming lighter, less bound to the earth even as his connection to all growing things deepened and expanded. He looked back once and saw his garden spread out below him, perfect and peaceful in the morning light, and beyond it the valley filled with the gardens of those he had taught. Smoke rose from chimneys, and he could hear the distant sounds of the community waking to a new day. Then he turned forward again and continued walking with the handmaiden into a light that was brighter than any sun he had ever known. Behind him, in the garden where he had worked for so many years, a single plant began to grow where he had taken his last steps. It grew with impossible speed, reaching toward the sky, and when it flowered it produced blossoms of such beauty that all who saw them wept with joy they could not explain. The old gaffer paused in his telling, taking a long draw from his pipe and watching the smoke curl toward the rafters of the Green Dragon Inn. The assembled hobbits sat in reverent silence, absorbing the tale they had just heard. Some of the younger ones had tears in their eyes, moved by Rowan's sacrifice and the beauty of his devotion to the garden. The older hobbits nodded knowingly, for they had heard variations of this tale before, though never quite told with such feeling and detail. A young hobbit lass named Daisy Bracegirdle, who could not have been more than 20 summers, raised her hand timidly. "Begging your pardon, Gaffer," she said, her voice soft but curious. "But what happened to Rowan's garden after you left? Did it wither away, or did someone else tend it?" The old Gaffer smiled at the question, for it showed that the lass had understood the heart of the story. "Ah, now that's the beautiful part, young Daisy," he replied. "The garden didn't wither, no indeed. Bramble and the others tended it with the same care that Rowan had shown, treating it as a sacred trust. And that plant that grew where Rowan took his last steps, the one with the impossibly beautiful flowers, well, that became a pilgrimage site of sorts. Hobbits from all the settlements would come to see it, to touch its leaves and breathe its fragrance, and it was said that anyone who did so with a pure heart would receive guidance in their own gardening endeavours." He shifted in his chair, settling himself more comfortably. "But you know," he continued, "Rowan's garden became something more than just a memorial. It became a testing ground, a place where new techniques were tried and new varieties of plants were developed. The gardeners who tended it were always the most skilled and dedicated, and they shared their discoveries freely with all who came to learn. In a way, Rowan's spirit never left that valley, for his legacy lived on in every seed planted and every harvest gathered." Another voice spoke up from the back of the room, this one belonging to Holman Greenhand, one of the finest gardeners in Hobbiton. "That explains much, Gaffer," he said thoughtfully. "My old Gaffer used to say that our family's green thumb came down through the line from Bramble Hayward himself, who married Primrose and had those 3 children you mentioned. I always wondered if there was truth to that claim or if it was just family pride talking." The old Gaffer's eyes twinkled. "Well now, Holman, I couldn't say for certain about your specific lineage, though the Green Hands have always been known for their skill with growing things. But what I can tell you is that many of the families in the Shire today can trace their love of gardening back to those first students of Rowan, and through them to the teachings of the handmaiden herself. It's in our blood now, you might say, bred into us over so many generations that we can hardly imagine being any other way." He took another puff of his pipe, letting the silence settle. The fire crackled, and outside the wind continued its restless howling, but inside all was warm and peaceful. The old Gaffer could see that his audience was still hungry for more stories, that the late hour had not diminished their appetite for tales of old. He considered which story to tell next, rifling through the vast treasury of folklore that resided in his ancient memory. "Of course," he said at last, his voice taking on a new tone, one touched with mischief and mystery. "Not all the old tales are as uplifting as Rowan's story. Some remind us that there are dangers in the world, strange powers that don't always have our best interests at heart. Would you like to hear about the time when hobbits learned why they should never make bargains without understanding the full terms?" A chorus of eager assents rose from the gathered hobbits, and the old gaffer nodded with satisfaction. "Very well then," he said, settling deeper into his chair. "This is the tale of Fennel Stitchbury and the Spirit of Mischief, a story that explains not only how hobbits came to have their distinctive large and hairy feet, but also why we're so particular about reading the fine print before agreeing to anything." He paused for effect, enjoying the anticipation on the faces before him. Now, this happened in the days after the settlements had been established, but before the Shire as we know it had been properly organised. Hobbits were still learning how to live in one place, how to build communities and conduct business with one another. And among these settled hobbits were two brothers, both cobblers, named Fennel and Oric Stitchbury. The old gaffer's voice took on the rhythm of the born storyteller, weaving words like thread on a loom. Fennel, bless his heart, was not a particularly skilled cobbler. His shoes had a distressing tendency to fall apart at the worst possible moments. You might be walking through the market, proud as can be in your new Fennel Stitchbury shoes, when suddenly the sole would detach itself from the upper, leaving you hopping about on one foot like a deranged rabbit. Or you'd be at one of the Took's famous parties, trying to make a good impression, when the stitching would give way and your toes would pop right out the front. Several of the younger hobbits giggled at this image, and even some of the older ones smiled at the familiar picture of hobbit vanity being punctured by practical disaster. Now Oric, Fennel's brother, the gaffer continued, he was everything Fennel was not. His shoes were masterworks, perfectly fitted and beautifully crafted. They never wore out, never came apart, and were so comfortable that you forgot you were wearing them. Naturally, everyone in the settlements wanted Oric's shoes, and poor Fennel's business suffered accordingly. He became desperate, watching his livelihood slip away while his brother prospered. The old gaffer leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more confidential tone. It was this desperation that led Fennel to make a terrible mistake. One night, when the moon was dark and strange things walked abroad, Fennel ventured into the Whispering Woods seeking magical help. He'd heard rumours of spirits that dwelt there, beings of old power who might grant wishes to those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. He paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during the telling. The delay was deliberate, building tension, and the gathered hobbits waited with barely concealed impatience for him to continue. "In those woods," the gaffer said at last, exhaling a cloud of smoke, Fennel encountered a spirit called Vorax, a creature of mischief and tricks. Vorax appeared as a small figure, no bigger than a hobbit child, with skin like bark and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. And this spirit, seeing Fennel's desperation, made him an offer. What kind of offer? Young Daisy asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The old gaffer's expression grew grave. Vorax told Fennel that he could make his shoe business the best in all the settlements, better even than Oric's. All he asked in return was Fennel's soul. Now Fennel, who was tired and confused and not thinking clearly, misheard or misunderstood. When Vorax said soul, Fennel thought he said soul, as in the sole of a shoe. So without realising what he was truly agreeing to, Fennel took off one of his worn old shoes and handed it to the spirit. There were gasps of dismay from the audience, for even the youngest hobbit understood the significance of such a misunderstanding. Vorax, being a spirit of mischief rather than pure evil, found this amusing, the gaffer continued. He accepted Fennel's shoe with a sly grin and told him that from that night forward, Fennel must make all his shoes twice as big as normal, twice as big starting that very night. Fennel agreed, thinking this was a strange request but willing to do anything to save his business. The old gaffer shook his head slowly. What Fennel didn't know was that Vorax's magic worked in ways he couldn't anticipate. That night, while all the hobbits of the settlement slept, their feet began to grow. By morning every hobbit had feet twice as large as they had been, and suddenly all the normal-sized shoes in Oric's shop were useless. While Fennel, who had spent the night making oversized shoes under the compulsion of Vorax's command, had the only footwear that fit. The old gaffer watched the expressions of his audience shift from dismay to dawning understanding. You can imagine the chaos that erupted that morning, he continued, his eyes bright with the memory of a tale told many times before. Hobbits stumbling out of their holes, looking down at their enormous feet in horror and confusion. Children crying because they couldn't fit their feet through their trouser legs. Adults toppling over, unable to balance with the sudden change in their centre of gravity. It was pandemonium, pure and simple. Holman Greenhand let out a low whistle, and Fennel had the only shoes that would fit, he said. That must have made him quite wealthy overnight. Indeed it did, the Gaffer confirmed. Within days, Fennel's shop was besieged with desperate hobbits needing footwear. He couldn't make shoes fast enough to meet the demand. Meanwhile, poor Oric's beautiful, perfectly crafted, normal-sized shoes sat gathering dust on his shelves. The reversal of fortune was complete, and you might think that's where the story ends, with Fennel triumphant and Oric humbled. But it doesn't end there, does it? Asked an older hobbit named Rufus Burrows, who had heard versions of this tale before and knew there was more to come. No indeed, Rufus. You're quite right, the Gaffer said with a nod. You see, having large feet was one thing, and hobbits being adaptable folk, they might have adjusted to it in time. But Vorax wasn't finished with his mischief. The spirit had made a bargain, even if it was based on Fennel's misunderstanding, and such bargains have consequences that ripple outward like stones thrown in a pond. The old Gaffer shifted in his seat, getting comfortable for the next part of the tale. It wasn't long before the hobbits began to notice other changes. Their feet, which had always been tender and needed the protection of shoes, began to toughen. The skin grew thick and leathery, able to withstand pebbles and rough ground. But more than that, something else started to happen. Something that would prove even more significant. Hair began to grow on their feet, he said, and waited for the reaction. It started slowly at first, just a few strands here and there, barely noticeable. But within a few weeks, every hobbit in the settlements had feet covered in thick curly hair. Brown hair, golden hair, black hair, red hair, each hobbit's foot hair matching the hair on their head. The hair was soft and warm, and the hobbits discovered something remarkable. They no longer needed shoes at all. Young Daisy raised her hand again. But Gaffer, if they didn't need shoes anymore, what happened to Fennel's business? Surely he was ruined again. Sharp thinking, lass, the Gaffer replied approvingly. That's exactly what happened. After making a fortune selling oversized shoes for a few months, Fennel suddenly found himself with no customers at all. The hairy feet that Vorax's magic had produced were so well suited to going barefoot that shoes became unnecessary, even uncomfortable. Both Fennel and Oric found themselves out of business, their entire profession rendered obsolete by the very magic that Fennel had sought out. There was silence in the inn as the hobbits contemplated this irony. The fire popped and crackled, sending up a shower of sparks, and someone coughed softly in the back of the room. Now, Fennel realised he'd been tricked, the Gaffer went on, and he was angry about it, you can be sure. He went back to the Whispering Woods, determined to find Vorax and demand that the spirit undo what had been done. But Vorax, when Fennel finally located him, just laughed that eerie, echoing laugh of his. You made a bargain, little hobbit, the spirit said. I asked for your soul and you gave me a soul. The magic I worked was based on your understanding, not mine. I cannot undo it, even if I wish to, which I do not. The old Gaffer's voice took on a more sombre tone. Fennel pleaded and argued, offering everything he owned, but Vorax was unmoved. However, the spirit did tell Fennel something important. He said that the changes to the hobbit people were not entirely his doing. The magic he had worked had tapped into something deeper, something that had always been a part of hobbit nature but had been sleeping, waiting for the right circumstances to awaken. What do you mean, Gaffer? Asked a middle-aged hobbit named Milo Goodbody. What was sleeping in our nature? The old Gaffer took a long draw from his pipe before answering. According to the old tales, hobbits were always meant to have large, sturdy feet. We were always meant to go barefoot, to feel the earth directly beneath us, to have that intimate connection with the ground. It's part of what makes us who we are, tied to the earth and to growing things. But somewhere in the distant past, we had lost that aspect of ourselves. We had become too much like men, wearing shoes and protecting our feet from the very earth we were meant to walk upon. He leaned forward, his voice growing softer so that his audience had to strain to hear. Vorax's mischief, his trickery, it actually restored something that had been lost. Oh, he did it for his own amusement, certainly, and he caused chaos and confusion in the process. But the end result was that hobbits became more truly themselves. Our large, hairy feet aren't a curse or a deformity. They're a gift, a return to our authentic nature. There were murmurs of surprise and wonder from the assembled hobbits. Many of them looked down at their own bare feet, wiggling their hairy toes as if seeing them for the first time, considering them not as an oddity but as a mark of their identity. But what about Fennel? Young Daisy asked. What happened to him after all this? Ah, well, the gaffer said, his expression softening. That's perhaps the most important part of the tale. Fennel, having lost his profession and realising that his desperate bargain had changed his entire people forever, fell into a deep despair. He aged rapidly, his hair turning grey and wrinkles appearing on his face, as if the weight of what he'd done was physically manifesting in his body. He became a recluse, hiding away in shame. But then, something unexpected happened. The other hobbits, instead of blaming Fennel for the changes, began to thank him. You see, they discovered that their new feet were actually wonderful. They could walk for miles without fatigue, could feel the texture of the earth beneath them, could wiggle their toes in the grass and feel truly connected to the land. The thick hair kept their feet warm in winter and cool in summer. They could climb hills and ford streams without worry. Their feet had become perfectly adapted to the hobbit way of life. The old gaffer smiled at the memory of countless tellings of this tale. A delegation of hobbits went to Fennel's home and told him that while his bargain had been foolish and his understanding flawed, the result had been a blessing rather than a curse. They told him that he had, quite by accident, given his people back something precious that they hadn't even known they'd lost. And they asked him to forgive himself and rejoin the community. And did he? Rufus Burrows asked. Though he likely knew the answer. He did, the gaffer confirmed. Fennel emerged from his isolation, and though he never made shoes again, he became a teacher of sorts. He travelled between the settlements telling his story, warning others about the dangers of making bargains without fully understanding the terms, but also reminding them to look for the blessings that can sometimes emerge from our mistakes. He lived to a great old age, and it's said that the grey hair and wrinkles that had appeared during his time of despair never fully went away, serving as a permanent reminder of the lessons he'd learned. The old gaffer knocked the ashes from his pipe into the fireplace. And that, my friends, is why hobbits have large hairy feet, and why we're so careful about agreements and contracts. We learned through Fennel's experience that words matter, that bargains have consequences, and that we should always read the fine print, so to speak. But we also learned that sometimes what seems like a disaster can turn out to be a gift, if we have the wisdom to recognise it. There was a moment of reflective silence, and then one of the younger hobbits spoke up. Are all the old tales like this, Gaffer? Teaching lessons while explaining how things came to be? The old gaffer considered the young hobbit's question carefully, his weathered face thoughtful in the flickering firelight. Not all of them, no, he replied at last. Some are just stories meant to entertain, to pass a cold winter evening or amuse children too restless to sleep. But the best tales, the ones that endure through generations, they serve multiple purposes. They explain the world around us, yes, but they also teach us how to live in that world and how to navigate its dangers and appreciate its gifts. He settled back in his chair, and the assembled hobbits could tell from his expression that another story was forming in his mind. Take, for instance, he said, the tale of the Well of the World's End. Now that's a story that's been told in the Shire for as long as anyone can remember, and it teaches us about keeping promises, about courage, and about the unexpected rewards that can come from simple kindness. Several of the hobbits nodded, for they had heard versions of this tale before, though each teller brought their own embellishments and emphases to the narrative. The old gaffer's version, they knew, would be particularly rich in detail and wisdom. The story begins, the gaffer said, with a widow hobbit and her beautiful daughter. They lived in a modest hole, not wealthy but comfortable, and the daughter was known throughout the region for her grace and kind heart. One morning the widow decided to bake oatcakes, but she found her water jug empty. She sent her daughter to fetch water from the Well of the World's End, for it was said that water from that particular well made the finest cakes in all the land. Now, the Well of the World's End was no ordinary well, the gaffer continued. It lay at the very edge of the settled territories, far beyond the familiar fields and gardens. The journey there was long and arduous, taking the better part of a day even for a young hobbit with strong legs. But the daughter, being dutiful and loving her mother dearly, set out without complaint. Young Daisy leaned forward, her eyes bright with interest. She'd always loved this particular tale, though she'd heard it told differently by her own grandmother. When the daughter finally reached the Well of the World's End, after hours of walking, the gaffer went on, she found it completely dry. Not a drop of water remained in it. She was devastated. but she'd come so far and endured such hardship, and now she faced the prospect of returning home empty-handed. She sat down beside the dry well and began to weep. The old gaffer paused to take a sip of his ale. It was while she wept that a robin appeared, a bright-eyed bird with a red breast that glowed in the fading light. And this robin, being no ordinary bird but a creature touched by ancient magic, spoke to her. It offered to fill the well for her, but only if she would promise to be its bride. Now, here's where the story teaches us something important, the gaffer said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The daughter, thinking only of her mother's oatcakes, and not truly believing the robin could do what it claimed, made the promise lightly. She didn't think about what she was agreeing to, didn't consider the weight of her words. She just wanted the water so she could go home. There were knowing nods from some of the older hobbits in the audience. They understood the parallel to Fennel's story, the danger of making promises without full consideration of their meaning. The robin flew down into the well, the gaffer continued, and immediately water began to flow, clear and cold and sweet. The daughter filled her jug, thanked the bird without really thinking about what had just happened, and hurried home. She gave the water to her mother, and they baked the finest oatcakes anyone had ever tasted. The daughter put the strange encounter out of her mind, dismissing it as nothing more than an odd dream brought on by exhaustion. But that night, as mother and daughter sat by their fire, they heard a small voice singing outside their door. The old gaffer's voice took on a melodic quality as he recited the robin's song. "Open the door, my honey, my heart, open the door, my true love so smart. Remember the promise that you and I made, down by the well where wishes are laid." The gaffer looked around at his audience. The mother, not understanding what was happening, told her daughter to let the poor bird in from the cold. Reluctantly, the daughter opened the door, and the robin hopped inside, settling itself by the hearth. Then it sang again, asking for supper, and again the mother insisted that her daughter feed the poor creature. The daughter did so, but with growing unease, for she was beginning to remember her promise and to fear what it might mean. Several of the younger hobbits looked worried, and the gaffer smiled reassuringly. "Don't fret," he said. "This story has a happy ending, though it takes a dark turn first. You see, after the robin had eaten its fill, it sang once more, and this time it asked the daughter to chop off its head. The mother was horrified and tried to stop her, but the daughter, driven by the memory of her promise and perhaps by some deeper magic, took up an axe and did as the bird asked. There were gasps from those who hadn't heard the tale before, and the gaffer held up his hand, and in that moment, he said, the robin transformed. Where the small bird had been, there now stood a handsome elf prince, tall and fair, who had been trapped in that form by dark magic. The daughter's promise and her courage in keeping it, even when it frightened her, had broken the spell. The old gaffer's expression grew thoughtful. The prince told them his story, how he had been cursed by a jealous rival and bound to the form of a robin, how he could only be freed if a maiden of pure heart would make him a promise and keep it faithfully, even to the point of what seemed like terrible violence. The daughter, through her simple kindness and her determination to honour her word once she understood what she'd done, had saved him. And they were married, of course, Milo Goodbody said with a knowing smile. That's how these tales always end. They were, the gaffer confirmed, but that's not really the point of the story. The point is about the power of promises and the importance of keeping your word, even when it's difficult or frightening. The daughter could have turned the robin away at any point. She could have refused to feed it or refused to do as it asked. But once she understood that she had made a true promise, she honoured it, and that act of integrity brought blessing not only to herself, but to the prince who had been trapped. He looked around at the assembled hobbits, his ancient eyes seeming to see each of them individually. In our daily lives we make promises all the time. We promise to tend our gardens, to help our neighbours, to pay our debts, to keep confidences. These might seem like small things, but each promise is a thread in the fabric of our community. When we keep our promises, we strengthen that fabric. When we break them, we create holes and tears that weaken everyone. The fire had burned low, and one of the younger hobbits rose to add another log. The flames leaped up, casting new shadows on the walls, and the warmth spread through the room once more. There's another lesson in that tale too, the gaffer added. Notice that the daughter went to the well of the world's end, not for herself, but for her mother. She undertook the journey out of love and duty. and it was that selfless motivation that made her the right person to break the curse. If she had been going for her own benefit, seeking something for herself, the magic might not have worked the same way. Rufus Burrows nodded slowly. That's true of many of the old tales, isn't it, Gaffer? The heroes are usually just ordinary folk trying to help someone else or do their duty, and they stumble into adventure almost by accident. Exactly right, Rufus, the Gaffer said. We hobbits aren't a people given to seeking adventure for its own sake. We're not warriors or explorers by nature, but we're loyal to those we love, we honour our obligations, and we have a stubborn streak that keeps us going even when things get difficult. Those qualities, simple as they are, turn out to be exactly what's needed in most situations. He took another sip of his ale and gazed into the fire. You know, he said quietly, almost as if speaking to himself, all these old tales we tell, they're really about the same things. They're about understanding who we are as a people, about learning from the mistakes and triumphs of those who came before us. Rowan Greenfoot teaching us about patience and the love of growing things. Fennel Stitchberry showing us the danger of bargains made in desperation, but also the possibility of redemption. The daughter at the well of the world's end demonstrating the power of keeping promises. The old Gaffer looked around at the faces gathered in the warm glow of the Green Dragon Inn, seeing in them the continuation of the very traditions he'd been describing. These hobbits, young and old, had come seeking stories, seeking connection to their past, and in doing so they were keeping alive the threads that bound hobbit society together across the generations. The tales we tell, he continued, his voice taking on a reflective quality. They're not just entertainment, though they certainly are that. They're not just lessons, though they teach us much. They're the way we remember who we are. Every time I tell the story of Rowan Greenfoot, every time someone recounts the tale of Fennel and the Spirit of Mischief, we're not just repeating old words, we're renewing our connection to the hobbits who came before us, reminding ourselves of the choices they made and the consequences that followed. He gestured toward the windows where the autumn wind still howled in the darkness. Out there, beyond these walls, the Shire spreads in all directions. Fields and gardens, holes and farms, communities built on the foundation that Rowan and his students laid down generations ago. When you plant your seeds in spring, when you harvest in autumn, when you tend your gardens with care and love, you're living out the legacy of that first garden. You're part of a story that began long before you were born, and will continue long after you're gone. Young Daisy spoke up, her voice thoughtful. But Gaffer, if these stories are so old, how do we know they're true? Might they not be just tales made up to explain things we don't understand? The old Gaffer smiled at her, recognising the question as one he himself had asked in his youth. That's a fair question, lass, and an important one. The truth is, I can't prove that Rowan Greenfoot actually existed, or that there really was a handmaiden of Yavanna who taught him to garden. I can't swear on oath that Fennel Stitchberry truly encountered a spirit named Vorax in the Whispering Woods. These events, if they happened at all, took place so long ago that the details have been worn smooth by countless tellings, like river stones polished by water. He paused, letting the weight of that admission settle before continuing. But here's what I can tell you with certainty. Hobbits do have large, hairy feet, perfectly suited to our way of life. We do have an extraordinary gift for gardening, a connection to growing things that goes deeper than mere skill or practice. These things are true, observable, undeniable. The stories we tell might not be factually accurate in every detail, but they're true in a deeper sense. They're true to who we are as a people. Holman Greenhand nodded slowly. So the stories are like maps? They might not show every tree and stone, but they show us the path to understanding ourselves. Well said, Holman, the Gaffer replied warmly. Yes, exactly like that. A map doesn't need to be perfectly detailed to be useful. It just needs to show you the important landmarks, the general direction, the places to avoid and the places to seek. Our folklore does the same thing. It shows us the landmarks of hobbit character, the direction we should travel, the dangers to watch for and the virtues to cultivate. The fire crackled and popped, sending up a small shower of sparks. One of the older hobbits in the back, a fellow named Tobold Hornblower, cleared his throat. "Tell me, Gaffer," he said, his voice rough with age and pipeweed smoke. "Do you think the young folk today still value these old tales the way we did when we were their age?" Seems to me they're more interested in new things, in looking forward rather than back. The old gaffer turned his gaze to Tobold, and there was understanding in his eyes. That's a worry that every generation has about the next, Tobold, he said gently. I heard the same concern when I was a lad, and I'm sure my grandfather heard it before me. But look around this room tonight. See all these faces, young and old alike, gathered to hear the old stories? The tradition endures, my friend. It changes, certainly. Each generation tells the tales a bit differently, adds their own touches, emphasises different aspects, but the core remains, the essential truths passed down. He shifted in his chair, his joints creaking with the movement. Besides, he added with a twinkle in his eye, we old folk have a responsibility too. We can't just complain that young hobbits don't value the old ways. We have to make the old ways valuable to them, help them see the relevance and wisdom in stories that might seem dusty and distant. That's why I try to explain the meanings behind the tales, not just recite the words by rote. Young Daisy spoke up again. Will you teach me to tell these stories properly, Gaffer? I'd like to be able to share them with my own children someday, when I have them. The old Gaffer's face softened, and those close enough could see tears glisten in his ancient eyes. Nothing would make me happier, lass, he said quietly. The stories need new voices, young voices, to carry them forward. I won't be here forever. None of us will. But the tales can endure if there are those willing to learn them and pass them on. He looked around the room once more, at all the hobbits who had given up their evening to sit and listen to an old hobbit ramble about ancient times. And not just Daisy, he continued, his voice growing stronger. Any of you who wish to learn the old stories, the proper tellings and the meanings behind them, my door is always open. Come by of an afternoon, share a pipe and a cup of tea, and I'll teach you all I know. It's the least I can do to ensure that the wisdom of our ancestors doesn't fade away into silence. There were murmurs of agreement and appreciation from the assembled hobbits. Several of the younger ones exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they would indeed take the gaffer up on his offer. The innkeeper, who had been listening from behind his bow while wiping down a mugs, spoke up for the first time. It's getting late, Gaffer, he said, not unkindly. Perhaps one more short tale to send us all home with? Something to warm our hearts as we face the cold wind outside? The old Gaffer considered this request, then nodded. Very well, he said. Let me leave you with this thought, which is itself a kind of story, though a brief one. In the old days, it said, hobbits had a blessing they would speak over their gardens each spring. It was a simple prayer, really, addressed to the earth itself and to whatever powers watch over growing things. He closed his eyes, reaching back into memory for the exact words. It went like this. We ask not for ease or abundance beyond measure, but for the wisdom to work with what we're given. We ask for the patience to wait when waiting is needed, and the energy to act when action is required. We ask for the humility to learn from our mistakes, and the courage to try again when we fail. May our hands be gentle but sure, may our hearts be open to wonder, and may we never forget that we are partners with the earth, not masters of it. The words hung in the air, simple yet profound, and the hobbits sat in silence, absorbing them. The old Gaffer opened his eyes and smiled. That's the essence of all the tales I've told you tonight, distilled into a few short sentences. Everything else, all the adventures and transformations and magical encounters, they're just different ways of illustrating those basic truths. He began the slow process of rising from his chair, and several younger hobbits hurried to help him. Once standing, he took a moment to stretch his stiff back and collect his walking stick. As he prepared to make his way to the door, hobbits began to gather around him, thanking him for the evening's entertainment and wisdom. Remember, he said as he wrapped his scarf around his neck against the cold, these stories belong to all of us. They're our shared heritage, our common treasure. Don't let them gather dust in memory. Tell them to your children, to your neighbours, to anyone who will listen. Change them if you must. Add to them. Make them your own. That's how stories stay alive, by being retold, reimagined, renewed. The door opened, letting in a gust of cold wind that made the fire dance and flicker. The old Gaffer paused at the threshold, looking back at the warm scene behind him, the gathered hobbits, the glowing hearth, the sense of community and connection that filled the room. And if anyone asks you why these old tales matter, he said, his final words for the evening, tell them this. We tell stories not to escape from life, but to understand it better. We remember the past not because we wish to return to it, but because it helps us navigate the present and prepare for the future. We are hobbits, lovers of peace and comfort, yes, but also inheritors of ancient wisdom and resilient courage. Never forget that." With those words, the old gaffer stepped out into the autumn night, his walking stick tapping against the cobblestones as he made his way home. Behind him, the hobbits of Hobbiton began to disperse as well, heading to their own holes and homes, their hearts full of stories and their minds full of wonder. The fire in the Green Dragon burned low, but the warmth of the evening's tales would linger much longer, carried forward into dreams and memories, into conversations and future tellings, into the endless flowing stream of Hobbit folklore that connected past, present and future in an unbroken chain of story and tradition. Story 2. In the days before the Shire was divided into its 4 farthings, when the Brandywine flowed wild and untamed, and the great woods still crept close to what would one day become Hobbiton, there lived a peculiar family of hobbits in a small dwelling carved into the side of a lonely hill. This was long before the reckoning of years that hobbits now keep, in a time when the big folk still wandered frequently through what would become Hobbit lands, and when the ways of the world were stranger and more filled with wonder than they are today. The family consisted of old Mungo Brownlock, his wife Daisy, and their 7 sons. Now, Mungo was known throughout the scattered Hobbit settlements as the finest pipeweed grower in all the land, though in those days pipeweed was still a new and wondrous thing that few hobbits had yet learned to cultivate. His leaf was so sweet and mellow that travellers would come from many miles distant just to trade for a pouch of his special blend, which he called Brownlock's Best. But Mungo had a problem, and it was a problem that weighed heavily upon his heart as he grew older, and his back grew more bent from years of tending his precious plants. Of his 7 sons, not one of them showed the slightest interest in learning the secrets of pipeweed growing. The eldest, Fosco, cared only for fishing in the streams and could often be found sitting by the water from dawn until dusk. The second son, Polo, was mad for mushrooms and spent his days wandering through the woods with a basket, seeking out the finest fungi. The third, Ponto, loved nothing better than a good meal and could often be found in the kitchen, experimenting with new recipes. The fourth son, Porto, was a singer who composed ballads and wandered from hole to hole performing them. The fifth, Posco, was a dancer whose feet seemed never to touch the ground. The sixth, Pasco, was a great walker who roamed far and wide across the countryside. And the youngest, who was called simply Young Mungo, was a dreamer who spent his time lying in the grass, watching the clouds drift by and imagining far-off lands. Mungo despaired of ever finding an heir to carry on his life's work. Each evening, as he sat by the fire and smoked his pipe, he would shake his head and mutter to his wife about the wayward nature of their sons. Daisy, who was a practical and sensible hobbit, would pat his hand and tell him that the lads would find their way in time, but Mungo was not so certain. It came to pass one autumn, when the leaves were turning gold and red and the harvest was nearly complete, that Mungo fell ill. It was not a serious illness, but it was enough to keep him abed for several days, and during that time he could not tend to his pipeweed plants as he normally would. He called his sons to his bedside, and though his voice was weak, his words were clear and firm. "My dear lads," he said, looking at each of them in turn, "I have spent my whole life perfecting the art of growing pipeweed, and I have created a blend that is without equal in all the land. But what good is this knowledge if it dies with me? I'm not yet ready to pass from this world, but this illness has reminded me that my days are not infinite. Therefore, I have decided that whichever of you proves himself most worthy shall inherit not only my pipeweed fields, but also the secret of Brownlock's Best." The 7 sons looked at one another with varying degrees of interest. None of them had previously cared much for their father's beloved plants, but the thought of an inheritance stirred something in each of their hearts. After all, Mungo's pipeweed brought in a tidy sum, and even hobbits who care little for wealth understand the value of security. "But father," said Fosco the eldest, "what must we do to prove ourselves worthy? None of us knows the first thing about growing pipeweed." Mungo smiled, a twinkle returning to his eye despite his weakened state. "That, my boy, is precisely the point. I do not want to simply hand my knowledge to someone who has not earned it. Instead, I shall set each of you a task. You will have 1 year from this day to prove your worth. At the end of that year you must return here and show me what you have accomplished. The son who has learned the most valuable lesson shall inherit everything." "But what are our tasks?" asked Polo, the mushroom hunter. "Ah," said Mungo, "that is the beauty of it. Your tasks are whatever you make them. Go out into the world, each of you, and discover what you are meant to learn. Some lessons come from books, others from experience. Some wisdom is found in talking with the wise, and some is discovered in solitude. I will not tell you what to do or where to go. That choice is yours alone." The sons were puzzled by this strange assignment, but they were also, despite themselves, intrigued. The idea of setting out on their own adventures, of proving themselves in some grand way, appealed to something deep within each hobbit's heart, even though hobbits are generally content to stay close to home. And so it was decided. As soon as Mungo recovered from his illness, which he did within a fortnight, the 7 sons prepared for their journeys. Daisy packed each of them a large satchel filled with bread, cheese, apples and seed cakes. She also gave each son a warm cloak, for winter was coming and the roads would be cold. Mungo contributed a small pouch of his finest pipeweed to each son, though some of them had never even learned to smoke properly. On the appointed day, as the autumn sun rose over the hills, the 7 sons stood before their parents' door, ready to depart. Mungo, now fully recovered and standing straight and tall, looked at each of them with both pride and sorrow. It is a difficult thing for a hobbit to watch his children leave home, even temporarily, for hobbits are creatures who value family and hearth above all else. "Remember," Mungo said, his voice carrying across the morning air, "you have 1 year. Use it wisely. Learn what you can, experience what you must, and return to me with your lessons, and know that whatever happens, you are all my sons, and I love you dearly." With that, the 7 sons embraced their parents, shouldered their packs, and set off in different directions. Fosco headed toward the great rivers to the east, where he had heard the fishing was extraordinary. Polo made for the ancient forest to the west, where rare mushrooms were said to grow in abundance. Ponto travelled south toward the lands where men dwelt, for he had heard their cooks' new recipes are unknown to hobbit kind. Porto went north toward the elven lands, hoping to learn new songs and ballads. Fosco headed for the settlements where grand harvest festivals were held, where he might perfect his dancing. Pasco simply walked, choosing no particular direction but trusting his feet to lead him where he needed to go. And young Mungo, the dreamer, wandered off toward the eastern hills, following nothing but his own fancies. Mungo and Daisy stood at their door long after the last sun had disappeared from view, watching the empty roads and wondering what the year would bring. Would any of their sons return? Would they find what they were seeking? And most importantly, would any of them discover the true lesson that Mungo hoped to teach? The first months of the year passed slowly for Mungo and Daisy. The pipeweed fields, tended now only by the old hobbit himself, seemed emptier and quieter without the sounds of his sons going about their various pursuits in the surrounding lands. Though none of them had ever helped with the pipeweed, their presence had always been felt, whether it was Fosco returning with fresh fish for supper, or Polo presenting a basket of mushrooms, or the sound of Porto's singing drifting across the fields. Now there was only silence, broken occasionally by the wind rustling through the drying leaves of the pipeweed plants. But while Mungo and Daisy waited and wondered, the 7 sons were each having adventures of their own, learning lessons they had never expected to learn, and discovering truths about themselves and the world that would change them forever. Fosco, the eldest, travelled for many days until he came to the banks of the great Greyflood River, where it was said the fishing was so plentiful that a hobbit could catch his supper with his bare hands. He found a small community of fisher hobbits living along the riverbank, and they welcomed him kindly, for hobbits are hospitable folk wherever they may dwell. Fosco settled in among them, and at first he thought he had found paradise. Every day he would rise with the dawn and cast his line into the clear water, and every day he would catch fish of remarkable size and beauty. But as the weeks turned into months, something strange began to happen to Fosco. He found that the joy he once took in fishing was beginning to fade. The thrill of the catch, which had once made his heart race with excitement, became routine and even tedious. He caught fish after fish, but each one seemed exactly like the last. The fisher hobbits around him seemed content with their simple, repetitive lives, but Fosco found himself growing restless. He began to notice things he'd never paid attention to before. the way the morning mist rose from the water, the patterns of the clouds reflected in the river's surface, the songs of the birds that nested in the reeds along the shore. He found himself wondering about things that had nothing to do with fishing at all. One evening, as he sat by the river watching the sunset paint the water in shades of gold and crimson, an old fisher hobbit named Gorbulas sat down beside him. Gorbulas was the eldest of the river folk, and though his eyes were dim with age, he seemed to see more than most. "You have the look of a hobbit who has caught all the fish in the world and found them wanting," Gorbulas said, lighting his pipe. Fosco was startled by the old hobbit's perceptiveness. "I don't understand it," he admitted. "I've loved fishing all my life. It's all I've ever wanted to do. But now, after months of doing nothing but fish, I find myself bored." "Does that make me ungrateful?" Gorbulas chuckled, a dry sound like leaves rustling. "Not ungrateful, lad, just waking up. You see, there's a difference between loving something and making it your whole life. A fish is a fine thing when you're hungry, and fishing is a pleasant way to pass an afternoon. But if you do nothing but fish from dawn to dusk, day after day, year after year, eventually you stop seeing the fish altogether. You stop seeing the river. You stop seeing the world around you. You become so focused on one small thing that you miss the vastness of everything else." These words struck Fosco deeply, and he pondered them long into the night. He realised that his father had been trying to teach him this very lesson. In pursuing only fishing, he had narrowed his world until it was no bigger than the length of his fishing line. He had caught 1,000 fish, but he had missed 1,000 sunsets. He had learned every fishing technique known to hobbit kind, but he had learned nothing about himself, about life, about the wider world that existed beyond the riverbank. Meanwhile, far to the west, Polo was having his own revelation among the ancient trees of the great forest. He had found mushrooms beyond his wildest dreams, scarlet ones spotted with white, golden ones that glowed faintly in the darkness, purple ones that grew in perfect fairy rings. He had learned to identify every variety, had discovered which were good to eat and which were deadly poison, had mapped out the locations where the rarest specimens could be found. His knowledge of fungi had grown so vast that the forest-dwelling hobbits began to call him Polo the Mushroom Master. But like his brother Fosco, Polo began to feel something was amiss. He spent so much time bent over examining mushrooms that he never looked up at the trees themselves, never noticed the way the light filtered through the leaves, never heard the whisper of the wind in the branches. He had become so obsessed with finding the perfect mushroom that he'd forgotten to simply enjoy the beauty of the forest. One day he found himself lost deep in the woods, having wandered far from any familiar path in pursuit of a rare specimen. As darkness fell, and he realised he might have to spend the night alone in the wilderness, he felt a fear he had never known before. Not fear of the dark or of wild creatures, but fear that he had wasted months of his life chasing something that, in the end, mattered very little. He made a small fire and sat beside it, and as he did so he noticed something he had never taken the time to observe before. The mushrooms growing near his fire were just ordinary brown mushrooms, nothing special or rare. But in the firelight they cast dancing shadows that were beautiful in their own way. And Polo realised that he'd been so busy seeking the extraordinary that he'd forgotten to appreciate the ordinary. He had been so focused on what was rare and valuable that he'd missed what was common and true. In the south, Ponto had indeed found the lands of men, and he had learned recipes that made his mouth water just thinking about them. The men cooked with spices and methods unknown to hobbits, and Ponto had filled an entire journal with notes and recipes. But he had also learned something else. The men he stayed with were so busy preparing elaborate feasts that they never seemed to enjoy the meals themselves. They would spend all day cooking, then eat quickly and without appreciation, already thinking about the next meal they would prepare. Ponto realised with a start that he had been falling into the same trap. He loved food, but had he ever truly savoured a simple piece of bread with butter? Had he ever appreciated the plain, honest taste of a freshly picked apple? Or had he always been chasing the next elaborate dish, the next complex flavour, never satisfied with what was before him? Porto, in the Elvish lands, had learned songs of such beauty that they made him weep. But he had also learned that the elves sang not to impress others or to display their skill, but simply for the joy of singing itself. They sang while they worked, while they walked, while they sat by their fires in the evening. Their songs were not performances but expressions of life itself. Porto realised that he had always sung to be admired, to be praised, to be noticed. He had never sung simply because his heart was full and needed to express itself. He had made his singing into a career, and in doing so, had lost the pure joy that had first made him love music. Posco the dancer, Pasco the walker, and young Mungo the dreamer were each, in their own ways, coming to similar realizations. They had each pursued their passions to such extremes that the passions had become burdens rather than joys. They had each learned that there is a difference between loving something and being consumed by it, between skill and wisdom, between doing and being. As winter settled over the lands and the first snows began to fall, the 7 sons of Mungo Brownlock found themselves in various corners of the world, each contemplating the lessons they had learned. The year was more than half over now, and though none of them had planned to return early, each began to feel a pull toward home, toward the familiar hill where their parents waited, toward the simple hobbit hole that suddenly seemed more precious than any of the wonders they had discovered in their travels. Fosco was the first to begin his journey homeward. The grey flood had frozen at its edges, and the fishing had become difficult and unrewarding. But more than that, he had realised something profound during his months by the river. He had spent his entire life before this year thinking that fishing was his great passion, his defining characteristic, the thing that made him who he was. But now he understood that he'd used fishing as an excuse to avoid other things, to avoid challenges and growth and change. Fishing was easy for him, natural, something he could do without thinking, and in doing only what was easy, he'd never truly tested himself or discovered what else he might be capable of. As he packed his belongings and prepared to leave the river folk, old Gorbulus came to see him off. The elderly hobbit gave him a small gift, a simple wooden fishing rod, worn smooth by years of use. "This was my first rod," Gorbulus said, pressing it into Fosco's hands. "I want you to have it. Not because I think you should keep fishing, but because I want you to remember something. This rod caught me my first fish when I was just a lad, and it taught me everything I know. But it's just a tool, you see, just a piece of wood and string. What matters isn't the rod or even the fish. What matters is what you learn while you're holding it. I learned patience. I learned to observe the world around me. I learned to be still and quiet and to appreciate the moment I was in. The fishing was never the point. The fishing was just the way I learned those other things." Fosco took the rod with gratitude and understanding. He realised that his father had known this all along. Mungo had not sent his sons away to learn skills or to become masters of particular crafts. He'd sent them away to discover what lay beneath their obsessions, to find the deeper truths that their hobbies and passions concealed. Polo left the forest shortly after, his pack filled not with rare mushrooms, but with something far more valuable, a new way of seeing. An old forest-dwelling hobbit woman named Marigold had taken him in during his last weeks in the woods, and she had taught him something his months of mushroom hunting had never revealed. She'd shown him that the forest was not just a collection of individual things, trees, mushrooms, birds, streams, but a living whole, each part connected to every other part. The mushrooms grew where they did because of the trees above them, because of the soil beneath them, because of the rain and the sun and the seasons. Nothing existed in isolation. Everything was part of a greater pattern. "You've been looking at mushrooms," Marigold had told him, "but you haven't been seeing the forest. And if you can't see the forest, you can't truly understand the mushrooms either. Everything is connected, young hobbit. Everything belongs to everything else. That's the secret that most folk spend their whole lives missing." As Polo walked homeward through the winter landscape, he saw connections everywhere. He saw how the bare trees were not dead but resting, saving their strength for spring. He saw how the snow that seemed cold and harsh was actually protecting the sleeping seeds beneath it, keeping them safe until the warmth returned. He saw how even his own journey, which had seemed like a solitary pursuit of knowledge, had actually been shaped by countless other people and circumstances. His father's challenge, the forest dwellers' hospitality, the mushrooms themselves that had drawn him deeper into understanding. Nothing he had done had been truly his alone. Everything was part of a web of connection that stretched back through time and across the world. Ponto left the lands of men with a similar revelation. He had learned hundreds of recipes and cooking techniques, but the most important lesson had come from a simple meal shared with a poor family in a small cottage. They had almost nothing, just bread, a bit of cheese, some turnips from their garden, and a pot of weak tea. but they had shared what they had with genuine joy and hospitality, and that simple meal had been more satisfying than any of the elaborate feast Ponto had helped prepare. He realised that food was not about complexity or rarity or impressing others. Food was about nourishment, about community, about the simple act of sharing what you have with those around you. The best meal he'd ever eaten was not the most complicated, but the one prepared and shared with the most love. Ponto had learned a similar lesson about his singing. The elves had taught him that music was not a performance, but a prayer. Not entertainment, but expression. The most beautiful song was not the one that displayed the greatest technical skill, but the one that came from the truest place in the heart. He had spent years perfecting his voice, learning difficult ballads, trying to impress audiences, but he had never simply sung for the joy of singing, never let his voice express what he truly felt rather than what he thought others wanted to hear. As he journeyed home, he sang, but now his songs were different. They were simpler, more honest, more real, and though they might not have impressed a critical audience, they satisfied something deep in his soul. Posco had danced at so many festivals that his feet ached and his legs trembled with exhaustion. He had learned every dance known to hobbitkind and many that were not. But in a quiet moment after one particularly exhausting festival, an old hobbit woman had asked him why he danced. The question had struck him as odd. He danced because he loved dancing, of course. But as he thought about it more carefully, he realised that wasn't quite true. He danced because he loved the applause, the admiration, the way people watched him with wonder. He had turned dancing into a way of seeking validation from others rather than a way of expressing joy. The old woman had smiled at his confusion and said something that haunted him. The most beautiful dance is the one no one sees. The dance you do alone in a field when your heart is full and your feet can't help but move. That's when you're truly dancing. Pasco, who had walked farther than any of his brothers, had walked so far that he had eventually walked in a great circle and found himself approaching home from an unexpected direction. He had walked through every kind of landscape, in every kind of weather, until his boots were worn through and his feet were calloused and tough. But somewhere along the way he'd stopped walking to get somewhere and started walking just to walk. He had stopped measuring distance and started simply experiencing each step. And in that shift, he'd found a kind of peace he'd never known before. Walking was no longer about reaching a destination, but about being present in each moment of the journey. Young Mungo, the dreamer, had perhaps travelled the least distance in physical terms, but he had journeyed farthest in his mind. He'd spent the year in the eastern hills, living in a small cave and spending his days watching the world. He had watched the seasons change, watched the birds migrate, watched the stars wheel across the night sky. And in all that watching, he had learned to see the difference between idle dreaming and true vision. Idle dreaming was escape, a way of avoiding the world as it was. But true vision was seeing the world more clearly, more deeply, understanding the patterns and connections that most people missed. His dreams had value, but only when they opened his eyes rather than closing them. As the year drew toward its close and spring began to whisper its promises across the land, the 7 sons of Mungo Brownlock made their way homeward. They travelled separately, each following his own path, each carrying his own burden of newfound understanding. The roads were muddy with snowmelt, and the first green shoots were beginning to push through the earth, as if the world itself was being reborn alongside their changing hearts. Mungo and Daisy had watched the seasons turn with both hope and anxiety. They had maintained the pipeweed fields as best they could, though the work had been harder without young backs to help with the labour. The plants had grown and been harvested, dried and cured, and the small store of Brownlock's best had continued to bring traders to their door. But the hole seemed emptier than it ever had before, and many evenings found Mungo and Daisy sitting by the fire in silence, each thinking of their scattered sons and wondering what the year had brought them. It was Fosco who arrived home first, coming up the path on a bright morning when the daffodils were just beginning to bloom. Daisy saw him from the window and let out a cry of joy that brought Mungo hurrying from the back garden. They embraced their eldest son with tears streaming down their faces, and Daisy immediately began fussing over how thin he had gotten, how worn his clothes were, how he needed a proper meal and a soft bed. But Mungo noticed something else. There was a change in Fosco's eyes, a depth that had not been there before. The boy who had left a year ago had been carefree and somewhat thoughtless, concerned only with his own pleasures. The hobbit who returned had the bearing of someone who had looked deeply into himself and not entirely liked what he had seen, but who had found the courage to change nonetheless. Over supper that evening, Fosco told his parents of his year by the Grey Flood. He spoke of the fishing, but more than that, he spoke of Gorbulus and the wisdom the old hobbit had shared. He talked about how he'd learned that doing only what came easily was a form of cowardice, and how true growth required pushing beyond the comfortable boundaries of what you already knew. "I think," Fosco said carefully, setting down his fork and looking at his father with new understanding, "that you did not send us away to learn skills or to master crafts. You sent us away to learn about ourselves, to discover what lay beneath our obsessions and habits. Am I right, Father?" Mungo smiled but said nothing, simply nodding for Fosco to continue. "I learned that I used fishing as an escape," Fosco went on. "It was easy for me, so I did it constantly, and in doing so, I avoided everything that was difficult or challenging. I avoided learning new things, avoided uncomfortable truths, avoided growing as a hobbit. I thought my love of fishing made me special, but really it was holding me back from becoming who I could be." Before Mungo could respond, there was a knock at the door, and Polo entered, muddy from the road and grinning broadly. Another joyful reunion followed, and soon 2 sons sat at the table, sharing their stories. Polo spoke of the forest and the mushrooms, but more importantly of Marigold and her teaching about connection and wholeness. "Everything is part of everything else," Polo explained, his hands gesturing as he tried to capture the enormity of what he'd learned. "I was so focused on individual mushrooms that I never saw the forest. I never understood that you cannot truly know one thing in isolation. To understand anything properly, you must understand how it fits into the larger whole, and that applies not just to mushrooms and forests, but to life itself." The brothers looked at each other and recognized in one another's faces the same transformation they had each undergone. They had each gone seeking to master their particular passion, and they had each discovered that mastery without wisdom was hollow, that skill without understanding was meaningless. Over the next several days, the other sons arrived one by one. Ponto came next, thinner than when he'd left despite his year among the cooks of men. He spoke of learning that the best food was not the most elaborate, but the most honestly prepared and lovingly shared. Porto arrived singing a simple tune he had composed himself, a melody that lacked the technical complexity of the elvish songs he'd learned, but carried a truth that the elaborate ballads had never possessed. Posco came dancing up the path, but his steps were lighter now, less performative, more genuine. Pasco walked through the door with feet that had carried him thousands of miles, but his eyes were calm and present rather than always looking toward the next horizon. Finally, on the last day before the year was complete, young Mungo returned from the eastern hills. He looked different from his brothers, more weathered perhaps, with a faraway look in his eyes that suggested he had seen things the others had not. But when he spoke, his words were clear and grounded in a way they never had been before. "I learned to see," he said simply, when asked about his year. "Really see, not just dream. There is a difference between imagination that takes you away from the world and vision that helps you understand it more deeply. I thought I was a dreamer, but I was really just avoiding reality. Now I understand that true vision comes from looking more closely at what is, not from escaping into what is not." When all 7 sons were gathered around the table in the old familiar hobbit hole, Mungo stood and looked at each of them in turn. His eyes were bright with pride and perhaps a hint of tears. Daisy stood beside him, her hand resting on his arm, and she too looked at their sons with a mother's fierce love and joy. "My dear boys," Mungo began, his voice thick with emotion, "you have all returned, and that alone fills my heart with gladness. But more than that, I can see that each of you has learned something valuable during your year away. You have each discovered truths about yourselves that no amount of lecturing from your old father could have taught you. You went out as boys pursuing your hobbies, and you have returned as hobbits beginning to understand wisdom." He paused and walked to the mantelpiece, where his pipe rested alongside a small wooden box. He picked up the box and held it before him. "This box," he said, "contains the secret of Brownlock's best, the special blend of pipeweed that has made our name known throughout the land. I told you that one of you would inherit this secret, that one of you would prove most worthy, and I have made my decision." The 7 sons leaned forward, curiosity and perhaps a bit of the old competitive spirit showing in their faces, but Mungo shook his head and smiled. "I will not give this secret to just one of you," he said. I will give it to all of you or to none of you, because the true secret of Brownlock's best has nothing to do with pipeweed at all. He opened the box, and inside was not a recipe or a special blend or seeds of a rare plant. Inside was simply a small mirror polished to a high shine. The secret, Mungo said softly, is to know yourself, to understand that any craft, any skill, any pursuit is meaningless unless you bring your whole self to it, unless you understand why you do what you do, unless you see how it connects to everything else, unless you do it with honesty and truth, rather than for show or escape. The pipeweed I grow is special not because of some magical technique or rare ingredient. It is special because I grow it with understanding, with presence, with connection to the earth and the seasons and the world around me. I grow it not to impress others or to make myself wealthy, but because the act of growing it teaches me about life itself. The sons sat in stunned silence, each of them understanding that their father had orchestrated this entire year for this single moment of revelation. The 7 sons sat around the table in silence after their father's revelation, each contemplating the mirror and what it represented. The fire crackled in the hearth, and outside the window the evening was drawing in with that particular quality of spring twilight, when the world seems balanced between winter's end and summer's promise. It was Fosco who finally broke the silence, his voice thoughtful and measured in a way it had never been before. "Father," he said, "I understand what you are telling us. We went out seeking to perfect our skills, and we learned instead that skill without wisdom is empty. But there is something I do not yet understand. You speak of growing pipeweed with presence and understanding, of bringing your whole self to the work. How does one do that? How does one move from understanding the lesson to actually living it?" Mungo settled back into his chair and relit his pipe, taking his time with the ritual as he always did. The sweet smoke curled upward toward the dark beams of the ceiling, and he watched it rise before answering. "That, my boy, is perhaps the most important question of all, because it is one thing to have a revelation, to understand something in your mind. It is quite another to embody that understanding, to let it change how you actually live day by day. Many hobbits have moments of insight, but few allow those insights to truly transform them. They return to their old habits, their old ways of being, and the wisdom they gained slips away like water through their fingers." He gestured to the pipeweed fields visible through this window, now dark shapes against the deepening sky. "When I was a young hobbit, not much older than young Mungo here, I too went on a journey. My own father sent me away, though he gave me no task and no promise of inheritance. He simply told me to go and not to return until I had found what I was looking for. I did not even know what I was looking for, and I told him so. He smiled and said that was precisely the point. I would know it when I found it." The sons leaned in closer, for their father rarely spoke of his youth. Daisy too listened with interest, for though she had heard parts of this story before, Mungo had never told it in quite this way. "I wandered for 2 years, Mungo continued. I travelled to the lands of men and the borders of the elvish realms. I worked at various trades, learned various skills. I became, for a time, quite accomplished at carpentry. I built furniture that people praised, and I thought perhaps I'd found my calling. But then, one day, I was working on a particularly fine chair, concentrating on getting every detail perfect, when an old man who was watching me work asked me a simple question. He asked me why I was building the chair." Mungo paused to draw on his pipe, and the silence stretched out as the sons waited for him to continue. "I told him I was building it because someone had commissioned it, because I was good at carpentry, because I enjoyed the work." And he nodded and asked again, "But why are you building this particular chair right now, in this moment? What are you bringing to it beyond skill and effort?" I did not understand his question, and I told him so. He smiled and walked away, and I never saw him again. But his question haunted me. Polo shifted in his seat. "What did he mean, father? What was he asking?" "He was asking whether I was truly present in my work, or whether I was simply going through motions, however skillful those motions might be. He was asking whether I understood the connection between my work and my life, between the chair I was building and the person I was becoming. He was asking whether I was building the chair mindfully or mindlessly." Mungo tapped his pipe against the side of his chair, knocking loose the ash. "I left that village the next day, still troubled by the question. I wandered some more, and eventually I found myself in a small settlement of hobbits who grew pipeweed. This was long before pipeweed was common in the Shire, mind you. It was still new and somewhat exotic. I stayed with an old hobbit named Tobold, and he taught me the basics of pipeweed cultivation. But more than that, he taught me presence. How did he teach you that? Asked Ponto, his voice curious. By example, Mungo replied. I watched him work in his fields, and I saw that he did not simply plant seeds and harvest leaves. He paid attention to everything. He noticed the quality of the soil, the direction of the wind, the patterns of rainfall. He observed how different plants grew in different locations. He learned from his mistakes and his successes. He was constantly adjusting, constantly learning, constantly present to what was actually happening rather than what he assumed or hoped would happen. Mungo stood and walked to the window, looking out at his own fields. One day, I asked Tobold what made his pipeweed so special. He told me it was not any secret technique or rare variety of plant. It was simply that he paid attention. He was present to the work, present to the plants, present to the moment. He brought his whole self to the task, not just his hands, but his mind and heart as well. And that presence, that attention, that wholeness of being somehow communicated itself to the plants. They grew better because they were tended by someone who was truly there with them, not by someone who was distracted or absent or simply going through familiar emotions. Porto leaned back in his chair, a look of understanding crossing his face. So when you speak of the secret of Brownlock's best, you're not speaking of some special mixture or technique. You're speaking of the quality of attention and presence you bring to the work. Exactly, Mungo said, turning back to face his sons. I learned from Tobold, and then I returned home and began my own pipeweed fields. And I brought to that work everything I had learned, not just about growing plants, but about being present, about paying attention, about bringing my whole self to what I was doing. That is the secret. That is what makes the difference. Young Mungo, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. But Father, you sent us away as you yourself were sent away. You gave us tasks that led us to discover truths about ourselves. Does this mean that each of us must now find our own way of bringing presence and wholeness to whatever we do? That there is no single path, no formula to follow? Mungo's face broke there to a wide smile. You have grasped it perfectly, my boy. Each of you must find your own way. Fosco, you may return to fishing, but now you will fish differently. You will fish with presence, with awareness, with understanding of how it fits into your larger life. Or you may discover that fishing is no longer what calls to you, and you may turn to something else entirely. The point is not what you do, but how you do it, and why. He looked at each of his sons in turn. Polo, your knowledge of mushrooms is valuable, but only if it serves a larger understanding, only if it connects you more deeply to the forest, to the cycles of nature, to the web of life of which you are a part. Ponto, your love of food can be a path to wisdom if you use it to create nourishment and community, rather than mere complexity and display. Porto, your music can touch hearts if it comes from truth rather than performance. Posco, your dancing can be a celebration of life itself if you do it for joy rather than applause. Pasco, your walking can teach you presence if you walk not to escape but to engage more fully with the world. And young Mungo, your dreaming can become vision if you use it to see more clearly rather than to escape what is real. The fire had burned low, and Daisy rose to add more wood. As the flames leaped up again, casting dancing shadows on the walls, the 7 sons looked at one another with a new understanding. They had each learned important lessons during their year away, but their education was far from complete. In fact, it was only beginning. In the days that followed the reunion, the Hobbit hole on the hill became a place of transformation. The 7 sons did not immediately scatter to pursue their individual paths, nor did they simply settle back into their old ways. Instead, they remained together, and something remarkable began to happen. Each morning, they would rise and work alongside their father in the pipeweed fields, learning not just the mechanics of cultivation, but the deeper practice of presence that Mungo had spoken of. Fosco, who had always avoided the fields in favour of the streams, discovered that working the earth required a different kind of attention than fishing ever had. The fish either bit or they did not, and there was something passive in waiting for them to make that choice. But in the fields, every action had consequences that rippled forward through time. How you prepared the soil in spring affected the harvest in autumn. How carefully you weeded in summer determined the quality of the plants. Nothing was immediate, nothing was guaranteed, and yet everything mattered. It was uncomfortable for Fosco. this long chain of cause and effect, this requirement to think beyond the present moment. But it was also exactly what he needed to learn. One morning, as he was carefully transplanting seedlings, he felt the old restlessness rising in him. His mind began to wander toward the streams, toward the easy pleasure of casting a line and waiting for the tug that signalled to catch. But then he stopped himself and really looked at what he was doing. He noticed the delicate roots of the seedling in his hands, how they needed to be placed just so in the soil, how the plant itself seemed to communicate what it needed if he paid close enough attention. He noticed the texture of the earth, the way the morning sun felt on his back, the sound of his brothers working nearby, and in that moment of true attention, the restlessness dissolved. He was not thinking about fishing because he did not need to escape. He was fully present to where he was and what he was doing. Polo worked nearby, and he too was discovering new dimensions to what had seemed like simple farm labour. His year in the forest had taught him to see connections, but here in the fields, those connections became tangible and immediate. He saw how the pipeweed grew differently in different parts of the field, how the plants near the old oak tree thrived while those in the lower ground struggled with too much water. He saw how the presence of certain weeds indicated the quality of the soil, how the behaviour of insects signalled coming changes in weather. The field was not just a collection of individual plants, but an ecosystem, a living community in which every element affected every other element. And he and his brothers were part of that community, not separate from it or above it, but woven into it. Ponto brought his love of food to the work in an unexpected way. He began to pay attention to how the quality of the pipeweed affected its smoke, how certain leaves produced a sweeter flavour while others gave a richer, earthier taste. He started keeping notes, not with the obsessive detail gathering of his year among the cooks of men, but with a simple curiosity about cause and effect. What did the plants need to produce the best leaves? How did weather and soil and timing all contribute to the final product? He found himself thinking about pipeweed the way he had once thought about cooking, as a process of transformation, of taking raw materials and, through care and attention and understanding, creating something that brought pleasure and satisfaction. Porto surprised everyone by beginning to sing as he worked. But these were not the polished performances he'd once specialised in. These were simple working songs, the kind that hobbits had sung in their fields for generations. He found that the rhythm of the songs matched the rhythm of the work, that singing helped him stay present and connected to what he was doing. And something else happened too. His brothers began to join in, and soon the field was filled with harmony. The singing was not for any audience but for themselves, a way of creating community and joy in the midst of labour. Porto discovered that this simple, unpolished music satisfied him more deeply than all the elaborate ballads he had learned among the elves. Posco found that farming had its own kind of dance. There was rhythm in the work, patterns of movement that, when done well, flowed like choreography. Planting, weeding, watering, harvesting, each had its own steps, its own tempo. And unlike the dances he'd performed at festivals, these movements had purpose beyond beauty. They were functional, practical, necessary, yet they were no less graceful for that. He began to see that the most beautiful dance was not the one deliberately choreographed for display, but the one that emerged naturally from purposeful action. A hobbit who moved well through his work was dancing, even if he never thought of it that way. Pasco, the walker, discovered that the fields themselves were a landscape to be explored. Each day he would walk the rows, observing, noticing, learning. He covered far less distance than he had during his year of wandering, sometimes no more than a few hundred yards. But he saw more in those few hundred yards than he had seen in all his miles of travel, because now he was not walking to get somewhere or to cover ground. He was walking to observe, to understand, to be present to the small world of the field and all it contained. He noticed things his brothers missed: a plant struggling in poor soil, an insect infestation beginning, a section that needed better drainage. His walking served a purpose now, contributed to the larger work, and that gave it meaning it had previously lacked. Young Mungo, the dreamer, found his own way of contributing. He would often pause in his work to simply observe the field as a whole, to notice patterns and rhythms that others, focused on their immediate tasks, might miss. His tendency toward contemplation, which had once been mere escapism, now became a form of vision. He could see how the field changed throughout the day, how the light shifted and transformed the landscape, how the plants responded to different conditions, and he would share these observations with his brothers, helping them understand the larger context of their individual efforts. Mungo watched all of this with deep satisfaction. He saw his sons transforming before his eyes, not through some dramatic revelation, but through the simple, daily practice of presence and attention. They were learning what he had hoped they would learn, that wisdom was not something you acquired once and possessed forever, but something you practiced moment by moment, day by day. It was not a destination, but a way of travelling. One evening, as the family gathered for supper after a long day in the fields, Daisy brought out a special treat she had been saving, a seed cake made with honey and the first strawberries of spring. As she placed it on the table, Ponto looked at it with new eyes. He saw not just a cake, but the work that had gone into it. The gathering of ingredients, the careful mixing and baking, the attention and care. He saw how his mother had brought her whole self to the making of it, how she had done it not for praise or recognition, but out of love for her family. "Mother," he said softly, "I think I understand now what makes your cooking so special. It is the same thing that makes Father's pipeweed special. It is not technique or ingredients or secret recipes. It is the quality of attention and love you bring to the work." Daisy smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Oh, my dear boy, I have always known that. I'm glad you have learned it too." As they ate the seed cake together, savouring its sweetness and the simple pleasure of being together as a family, the sons realised something else. The year they had spent apart seeking their individual truths had been necessary and valuable, but equally valuable was this time they were spending together, learning to work in harmony, to support one another, to be part of something larger than themselves. The individual and the collective, the solitary and the communal, both had their place and their purpose. Mungo raised his cup of ale in a toast. "To my sons," he said, "who went out as boys and have returned as hobbits, who learned to see themselves clearly and are now learning to see beyond themselves. May you continue to grow in wisdom and understanding all the days of your lives." The sons raised their cups in return, and in that moment, in the warm glow of the fire and the satisfaction of work well done and family bonds renewed, they felt a happiness deeper and truer than any they had known before. As spring deepened into early summer, the pipeweed plants grew tall and strong under the care of the 8 hobbits who tended them. The fields had never looked so healthy, for while Mungo had always maintained them well on his own, the addition of 7 pairs of hands working with newfound wisdom and attention brought the plants to a level of vitality that was remarkable even by the standards of Brownlock's best. Word began to spread among the neighbouring hobbits that something special was happening on the hill, where the Brownlocks lived, though none could quite say what it was. It was during this time that a crisis arose, one that would test everything the sons had learned. A blight appeared in the eastern portion of the field, a creeping sickness that turned the leaves brown and caused the plants to wither. Mungo discovered it one morning during his customary walk through the rows, and he immediately called his sons to examine it. The 7 gathered around the affected plants, their faces grave with concern. In their old lives, before their year of wandering and learning, they might have panicked or simply waited for their father to tell them what to do. But now they approached the problem differently. They observed carefully, discussed what they saw, considered various possibilities. Polo, with his deep understanding of how living things interconnected, noticed that the blight seemed to be spreading from a particular area where water pooled after rains. He suggested that poor drainage might be weakening the plants and making them susceptible to disease. Pasco, who had walked every inch of the field in his daily observations, confirmed that this section had always been slightly lower than the rest and recalled that it had been slow to dry after the recent heavy rains. Fosco, applying the patience he'd learned during his year by the river, proposed that they not act hastily but instead observe the progression of the blight for a few days to better understand its nature. Young Mungo agreed, adding that they should also examine the plants more closely to see if they could identify exactly what was causing the browning. Porto suggested they consult with Old Gaffer, Mungo's former teacher, who might have encountered similar problems in his years of pipeweed cultivation. The family spent the next several days in careful study of the blight. They took turns watching the affected area at different times of day, noting how the sunlight hit it, how the water drained after the morning dew, how insects and other creatures interacted with the plants. Ponto kept detailed records of their observations, organising the information in a way that made patterns easier to see. Posco moved among the plants with his dancer's grace, touching them gently, learning to sense through his fingertips the subtle differences between healthy and sick leaves. Through this collaborative effort, they began to understand the problem. The blight was indeed related to the drainage issue Polo had identified, but it was not as simple as mere standing water. The pooling water was creating conditions that favoured a particular type of fungus, and that fungus was attacking the roots of the plants. The brown leaves were merely a symptom of a deeper problem occurring beneath the soil. Armed with this understanding, the sons worked together to devise a solution. They carefully dug drainage channels to redirect the water away from the low area. They removed the most severely affected plants and treated the soil with a mixture that Tobold, when consulted, recommended for discouraging fungal growth. They transplanted some of the healthier seedlings from other parts of the field to replace those that had been lost. And then they waited, continuing to observe and adjust their approach as needed. The work was difficult and sometimes frustrating. There were setbacks and moments of doubt. One night, as they gathered around the fire, after a particularly discouraging day when the blight seemed to be spreading despite their efforts, Fosco voiced what they were all thinking. "Perhaps we are not as wise as we thought," he said quietly. "Perhaps understanding is not enough. Perhaps some problems are simply beyond our ability to solve." But Mungo, who had been silent throughout much of the crisis, allowing his sons to take the lead, finally spoke up. "Wisdom is not the absence of difficulty or the guarantee of success," he said. "Wisdom is knowing how to approach difficulty, how to respond to failure, how to keep learning even when outcomes are uncertain. You have approached this problem with presence and attention. You have worked together, drawing on each of your individual strengths. You have been patient and thoughtful rather than rash and reactive. That is wisdom, regardless of whether the blight is ultimately defeated." His words gave the sons renewed determination. They continued their efforts, and slowly, gradually, the blight began to recede. New growth appeared on plants they had treated. The drainage improvements kept the soil from becoming waterlogged. Within a few weeks, the eastern section of the field, while not as lush as the rest, was recovering. The crisis had been met and, if not entirely overcome, at least managed with wisdom and care. Through this experience, the sons learned something new about the nature of presence and attention. It was not just about being mindful during pleasant tasks or routine work. It was especially about staying present and attentive during times of stress and uncertainty, when the temptation to panic or despair or simply give up was strongest. True wisdom showed itself not in easy times, but in difficult ones. As the summer progressed and the pipeweed plants grew toward their full height, visitors began to arrive at the Brownlock home. These were other pipeweed growers from across the Shire and beyond, hobbits who had heard rumours of the remarkable crop being grown on the hill and who wanted to see it for themselves. They came with questions about techniques and methods, hoping to learn the secrets of Brownlock's success. Mungo welcomed them all graciously, and he asked his sons to show the visitors around the fields and answer their questions. This put the sons in an interesting position. They knew that the real secret of their success was not something that could be easily explained or taught. It was not a matter of special fertilizers or particular planting methods. It was the quality of attention and presence they brought to the work. But how could they communicate that to visitors who were looking for practical tips and concrete advice? Each son found his own way of addressing this challenge. Fosco would walk with visitors through the fields, encouraging them to really look at the plants, to notice subtle variations in colour and height, to pay attention to what the plants themselves were communicating about their needs. He taught observation more than technique. Polo would talk about the field as an ecosystem, explaining how everything was connected, how you could not simply focus on the pipeweed alone, but had to understand the soil, the insects, the weather, the whole context in which the plants grew. He taught systems thinking rather than isolated facts. Ponto would discuss the importance of keeping records and learning from both successes and failures, of treating each growing season as an experiment from which valuable information could be gathered. He taught the value of reflection and continuous learning. Porto would sometimes sing old farming songs as he worked, and when visitors asked about this, he would explain that the songs helped him stay present and connected to the work, that they created a rhythm and a mood that made the labour feel less burdensome and more joyful. He taught the importance of bringing your whole self, including your spirit and emotions, to your work. Fosco would demonstrate the grace and efficiency of moving well through the rows, how proper body mechanics could make the work easier and more pleasant, how there was a kind of dance to good farming. He taught the embodied nature of wisdom, the way understanding had to live in your muscles and bones, not just your mind. Pasco would describe his daily walks through the field, how these observation rounds allowed him to catch small problems before they became large ones, how being present to the landscape in all its changing moods gave him information that could not be gained any other way. He taught the value of regular attentive engagement. Young Mungo would talk about the bigger picture, about how pipeweed growing fit into the cycles of the seasons and the rhythms of hobbit life, about why the work mattered beyond mere profit or productivity. He taught the importance of vision and purpose. Some visitors grasped what the sons were trying to communicate and went away thoughtful and changed. Others left disappointed, feeling they had not received the concrete secrets they had come seeking. But Mungo was not troubled by this. He knew that wisdom could not be forced upon those who were not ready to receive it. As autumn approached and the pipeweed harvest drew near, the Brownlock household found itself at the centre of an unexpected development. The other pipeweed growers throughout the Shire, some of whom had visited during the summer and some of whom had only heard tales, began to view the Brownlocks with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. The admiration was understandable enough, for the quality of Brownlock's best had always been exceptional, and this year's crop promised to be the finest yet. But the suspicion arose from a place of insecurity and fear. Several of the other growers had tried to replicate what they thought were the Brownlock methods. They had reorganised their fields, kept careful records, walked their rows daily, even sung working songs as they laboured. But their crops had not improved to match the Brownlock standard, and this failure bred resentment. Some began to whisper that Mungo must be using some form of magic or keeping crucial secrets. Others suggested that the Brownlocks had access to special seeds or fertilisers that they refused to share. A few even hinted darkly that there was something unnatural about seven sons all suddenly becoming expert farmers after years of showing no interest in the work. The situation came to a head one evening when a delegation of growers arrived at the Brownlock door. Their leader was a prosperous hobbit named Otho Burrows, who owned the largest pipeweed operation in the South Farthing. Otho was red-faced and blustering, and he did not mince words. "Now see here, Mungo Brownlock," he said, standing in the doorway with his arms crossed. "It is not right for one family to hoard knowledge that could benefit all. We have tried to learn from your example, but clearly you are keeping the real secrets to yourselves. In the name of fairness and community, I demand that you share whatever it is that makes your pipeweed superior." Mungo invited the delegation inside, and soon the small hobbit hole was crowded with growers, all of them looking expectantly at Mungo and his sons. The atmosphere was tense, and there was an undercurrent of anger barely held in check. Mungo remained calm. He poured ale for his guests and invited them to sit. When they were settled, he spoke quietly and without defensiveness. "Master Burrows, I understand your frustration. You have worked hard and followed what you believe to be our methods, yet you have not achieved the results you hoped for. But I must tell you something that may be difficult to hear. We are not keeping any secrets from you. We have shared freely everything we know. The problem is not what we have withheld, but what cannot be simply transferred from one hobbit to another through instruction alone." Otho's face grew even redder. "That is exactly what I mean. You admit there is something you have not shared." "No," Mungo said gently. "I am saying there is something that cannot be shared in the way you wish. My sons, would you like to explain?" Fosco stood up, and though he was nervous addressing such a hostile audience, his voice was steady. "Master Burrows, when you visited our fields in the summer, I told you about observation, about really looking at your plants and paying attention to what they need. Did you understand what I meant?" Otho huffed. "Of course I understood. I looked at my plants, I observed them, but they did not improve." "But how did you look at them?" Fosco persisted. "Were you truly present? Truly attentive? Or were you going through the motions of observation while your mind was elsewhere? Were you looking to see what the plants actually needed? Or were you looking to confirm what you already believed? Observation is not just the act of pointing your eyes at something. It requires presence, patience, openness. It requires setting aside your assumptions and really seeing what is before you." Polo stood next. "And when I spoke to some of you about understanding the field as an interconnected system, did you truly grasp that? Or did you simply try to imitate some surface actions, while still thinking about pipeweed as isolated plants that need water and sun. The shift I'm talking about is not a technique. It is a way of understanding, a way of seeing the world. You cannot adopt it simply by deciding to. It requires a deep change in how you think. One by one, the other sons spoke, each trying to articulate what they had learned and why it could not be reduced to a simple formula or set of instructions. They spoke honestly and without condescension, genuinely trying to help the other growers understand. But even as they spoke, they could see that most of their audience was not really listening. The visitors had come looking for secrets, for tricks, for shortcuts. They wanted something they could take home and apply immediately to boost their yields and their profits. They did not want to hear about presence and attention and transformation of consciousness. Finally, young Mungo stood. He was the youngest and had always been the quietest, but now he spoke with a clarity and authority that surprised even his own family. "Masters," he said, "I think you're asking the wrong question. You're asking what our father and brothers do that makes the pipeweed grow better. But the real question is, who are they being when they tend the fields? The difference is not in the actions, but in the quality of being that underlies the actions. And that quality of being cannot be taught in an evening or learned from a list of instructions. It must be cultivated through practice, through patient attention, through willingness to change yourself rather than simply changing your techniques." "Bah!" Otho exploded, rising to his feet. "This is nothing but mystical nonsense. You speak in riddles and expect us to believe you're being helpful. I say you're either fools who have convinced yourselves of your own importance, or charlatans who deliberately obscure simple truths to maintain your advantage." The other growers murmured their agreement, and the delegation left in a huff, slamming the door behind them. The Brownlock family sat in silence for a long moment after they'd gone. "I thought we explained it well," Ponto said sadly. "I thought surely some of them would understand." Mungo shook his head. "They came not to learn, but to acquire. They wanted to possess what we have without becoming what we are. That is impossible. Wisdom cannot be purchased or stolen or even given freely to those who are not ready to receive it. It must be earned through genuine seeking and transformation." Daisy, who had been quiet throughout the encounter, now spoke up. "But surely we cannot simply let them go on believing we have cheated them somehow. What about the community? What about being good neighbours?" It was a fair question, and the family discussed it late into the night. They concluded that they would continue to welcome visitors and share what they could. They would be patient with those who were ready to learn and gracious to those who were not. They would not hide their success or apologise for it, but neither would they lord it over others or gloat. They would simply continue to live according to the wisdom they had discovered, trusting that their example would speak louder than any words. In the days that followed, they learned that their encounter with Otho and the other growers had created division in the local hobbit community. Some sided with Otho, believing the Brownlocks were arrogant and secretive. Others defended the family, pointing out that they had always been generous and helpful. Still others simply did not care, being more interested in their own affairs than in pipeweed growing disputes. The sons found this situation troubling. They had spent a year learning wisdom, and they had hoped that wisdom would bring harmony and understanding. Instead, it seemed to have created conflict and division. They began to doubt themselves, wondering if perhaps they had been too hasty in their judgments, too sure of their own enlightenment. It was during this time of doubt that an old hobbit arrived at their door. He was ancient beyond measure, with white hair and a beard that reached nearly to his knees. His clothes were worn but clean, and he carried a gnarled walking stick. He introduced himself as Gerontius Took, though he was usually called the Old Took, and he asked if he might sit with the family for a while and hear their story. Something about the old hobbit inspired trust, and Mungo and his sons found themselves telling him everything. They spoke of the year apart, of the lessons learned, of the return home and the work in the fields, of the crisis with the blight and the conflict with the other growers. The Old Took listened attentively, asking occasional questions but mostly just nodding and smoking his pipe. When they had finished, he sat in silence for a long time, staring into the fire. Finally he spoke. "You have learned much in a short time," he said, "but there is one lesson you have not yet grasped, though you are standing on its threshold. Would you like to hear it?" The 7 sons leaned forward eagerly, and even Mungo listened with interest. The Old Took smiled. "Wisdom is not a possession that makes you superior to others. It is a gift that brings with it the burden of compassion. You have learned to see more clearly than you did before, and that is good. But true wisdom also means seeing clearly that others are on their own paths, learning their own lessons in their own time. The growers who came here angry and frustrated are not your enemies or your inferiors. They are fellow travellers who are at a different place in their journey than you are. He paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out. The old Took drew on his pipe and continued, his voice soft but carrying a weight of experience that commanded attention. The hardest thing about gaining wisdom is learning to be patient with those who have not yet gained it. You want to help them, to save them from the mistakes you yourself once made, to share with them the understanding that has brought you peace. But wisdom cannot be forced upon anyone. It must be discovered through personal experience, through struggle, through the willingness to question oneself. All you can do is live according to your understanding and be ready to help when help is genuinely sought. Fosco frowned thoughtfully. But we tried to help. We welcomed visitors, answered their questions, showed them our fields, and they went away angry, accusing us of withholding secrets. Yes, said the old Took, because they came seeking answers to the wrong questions. They wanted to know how to grow better pipeweed. But what they really needed to learn was how to be better farmers, better hobbits, better versions of themselves. Those are questions that can only be answered through inner work, through transformation. No amount of external instruction can substitute for that. He gestured with his pipe toward the window, where the pipeweed fields lay dark under the starlit sky. Consider your plants out there. You cannot make them grow simply by pulling on their leaves. You can provide good soil, adequate water, proper sunlight, but the growing itself must come from within the plant. So it is with hobbits and wisdom. You can create conditions that favour growth, but you cannot force the growth itself. Each hobbit must do that work from within. Polo nodded slowly. So when the other growers tried to copy our methods without understanding the deeper principles, it was like trying to make plants grow by pulling on them. Exactly so, the old Took replied. And your frustration with their failure to understand is itself a sign that you have more to learn. True wisdom brings not frustration with others, but patience and compassion. You must learn to accept that most hobbits will not understand what you understand, will not see what you see. And that is all right. Their path is not less valid than yours simply because it is different. Young Mungo, who had been listening intently, asked, "But does that mean we should simply keep our understanding to ourselves? Should we not try to share what we have learned?" The old Took smiled. Share, yes, but share without attachment to whether others accept what you offer. Share without expectation or demand. Share knowing that most will not be ready and being content with that. And above all, share through your example more than your words. Live according to your wisdom, and those who have eyes to see will learn from watching you. Those who do not have eyes to see will not be persuaded by any amount of explanation. He stood, preparing to leave, and the family rose with him. At the door, he turned back to Mungo. "Your sons have learned much, Mungo Brownlock, but the real test of their wisdom is not how well they can articulate it, or even how well they can apply it to growing pipe weed. The real test is whether they can hold their understanding lightly, without pride or defensiveness, and continue to live with presence and attention, even when others misunderstand or criticize them. That is the mark of true wisdom, not the absence of difficulty, but peace in the midst of difficulty." After the old Took had gone, the family sat together in thoughtful silence. His words had touched something deep in each of them, revealing a truth they had been circling around without quite grasping. They had thought their year of learning and their subsequent work in the fields was the end of their education, but now they saw it was only the beginning. There were deeper lessons still to learn, subtler understandings to reach. The harvest came, and it was indeed the finest in the history of Brownlock's best. The leaves were perfectly cured, the flavour rich and mellow, the smoke smooth and satisfying. Traders came from far and wide to purchase the crop, and the family's fortunes prospered. But the sons noticed that their father did not seem as pleased by this success as they had expected. When they asked him about it, he smiled and said, "The quality of the crop is a reflection of the quality of attention we brought to growing it. I am pleased with that. But if we begin to take pride in our success, if we begin to think ourselves superior because of it, then we will have lost the very thing that made the success possible. The moment wisdom becomes a source of pride, it ceases to be wisdom." This warning proved timely, for in the weeks after the harvest, the sons found themselves repeatedly tempted to pride. Other hobbits praised them, spoke admiringly of their skill and knowledge. It would have been easy to accept this praise as their due, to begin thinking of themselves as exceptional. But they remembered the old Took's words and their father's warning, and they tried to hold their accomplishments lightly. It was Ponto who had the hardest time with this. He had kept such careful records, had organised information so methodically, had contributed so much to their success through his systematic approach. Surely he deserved recognition for that. But he noticed that whenever he found himself thinking this way, his work began to suffer. His attention would shift from the plants themselves to thoughts about how others perceived him. The presence and mindfulness that had made his record-keeping valuable would slip away, replaced by ego and self-concern. He went to his father one evening and confessed his struggle. Mungo listened without judgment. "The ego is a clever thing," he said. "It can turn even wisdom into a source of pride. You must be vigilant, my son. Notice when your attention shifts from the work itself to thoughts about yourself doing the work. Notice when you begin to care more about recognition than about doing things well. And when you notice these things, do not berate yourself. Simply return your attention to the present moment, to the task at hand, again and again, as many times as necessary. That returning is the practice. That is what keeps wisdom alive and prevents it from calcifying into mere self-satisfaction." As autumn deepened into winter, the Brownlock household settled into a rhythm. The harvest was sold, the fields prepared for winter rest, the tools cleaned and stored. There was less work to do now, and the family spent long evenings by the fire, talking and sharing stories. The sons noticed that their father often grew quiet during these evenings, staring into the flames with a distant look in his eyes. One night, when the others had gone to bed, Fosco stayed up with his father and asked what he was thinking about. Mungo sighed. "I'm growing old, my boy. My back aches from the harvest, and I find myself tiring more easily. I've been thinking about the future, about what will happen to these fields and this knowledge when I am gone." Fosco felt a chill run through him. He had not seriously contemplated his father's mortality before. "But father, you have many years yet, and you have taught us everything. The knowledge will not be lost." "Have I taught you everything?" Mungo asked, looking at his son intently. "Or have I only begun your education? Wisdom is not a static thing that can be passed on like a recipe or a technique. It is alive, growing, changing. What I've learned in my life is not the same as what you will learn in yours. You will face different challenges, different circumstances. The wisdom that served me may not serve you in exactly the same way." He poked at the fire, sending up a shower of sparks. "I sent you out for a year to learn about yourselves. You came back changed, wiser. But that was only the first step. The real work is the work of a lifetime. Continuing to practice presence and attention. Continuing to learn and grow. Continuing to question yourself and remain open to new understanding. That work never ends, and no one can do it for you." Fosco sat with his father's words, feeling their weight. He realised that he had been thinking of wisdom as something you achieved, a destination you reached. But his father was telling him it was a path you walked, a practice you maintained, a way of being you chose moment by moment throughout your life. "I understand, father," he said softly, "or at least I am beginning to." Mungo smiled and put his hand on his son's shoulder. "That is all any of us can do, my boy. Begin to understand, and then begin again, and again, for as long as we live." The fire burned low, and father and son sat together in companionable silence, watching the embers glow in the darkness. Outside, the winter wind whispered through the bare branches of the trees, and the stars wheeled slowly across the sky. The pipeweed fields slept under their blanket of frost, resting and renewing themselves for the spring to come, and in that small hobbit hole on the hill, wisdom passed from one generation to the next, not as a possession or an achievement, but as a living practice, a way of being in the world with presence and attention and love. The years passed, as years do in the Shire, with their familiar rhythm of seasons and celebrations, planting and harvest, long summer days and cosy winter evenings. The 7 sons of Mungo Brownlock remained on the hill, working the pipeweed fields together, each bringing his own gifts to the collective work. They married and had children of their own, and the small hobbit hole expanded into a collection of interconnected dwellings that sprawled across the hillside like a small village unto itself. The quality of Brownlock's best remained unmatched throughout the Shire, and the family's prosperity grew. But more remarkable than their success was the way they held it. They did not become proud or exclusive. They continued to welcome visitors, to share what they could, to live simply despite their wealth. And gradually, slowly, some of those who came to learn began to truly understand what the Brownlocks had been trying to teach all along. It started with a young hobbit named Hamfast Gamgee, who came to work in the fields as a hired hand. Hamfast had no particular interest in pipeweed growing, but he needed work, and the Brownlocks were known to be fair employers. He expected to be taught techniques and methods, to be shown the proper way to plant and weed and harvest. Instead, he found himself working alongside the 7 brothers, who rarely gave direct instruction but who demonstrated through their own actions what it meant to work with presence and attention. Hamfast was puzzled at first. Why did Porto sing while he worked? Why did Pasco walk the fields so often, seemingly doing nothing? Why did young Mungo sometimes stop in the middle of a task to simply stand and observe? But he was a bright lad and a keen observer, and over time he began to notice something. The brothers were not just doing work, they were fully engaged with it. They were present at each moment, attentive to each plant, aware of the larger patterns and rhythms. And he noticed that when he tried to work in the same way, when he brought his whole attention to what he was doing rather than simply going through the motions, the work became different. Not easier exactly, but more satisfying, more meaningful. He began to ask questions, real questions born of genuine curiosity, rather than mere desire for advantage. And the brothers, recognizing his sincere seeking, shared with him freely. Not secrets or techniques, but understanding. They taught him to observe, to be present, to see connections, to bring his whole self to his work. And Hamfast learned, not because he was given a formula to follow, but because he was willing to change himself, to question his assumptions, to practice a new way of being. When Hamfast eventually left to start his own gardens in Hobbiton, he took with him not techniques but wisdom, and he became known, in his own right, as the finest gardener in the Shire, one whose plants seemed to grow with exceptional vigour and beauty. Those who knew both Hamfast and the Brownlocks recognised the similarity in their approach, saw the common thread of presence and attention that ran through their work. And so, the wisdom began to spread, not through lectures or instruction manuals, but through lived example and genuine apprenticeship. As for Otho Burrows and the other growers who had been so angry with the Brownlocks, time brought its own lessons. Some remained bitter and convinced that the Brownlocks possessed unfair advantages, but others, seeing their own crops continue to be mediocre despite their best efforts, began to question their assumptions. A few came back to the Brownlock farm, humbler this time, more willing to listen, and they were welcomed without judgment or reference to past conflicts. The Brownlocks did not say, "We told you so." They simply shared what they could and let each hobbit find his own path to understanding. One of those who returned was Otho himself, now old and grey, his pride worn down by years of struggle. He came one evening in late autumn as the harvest was being completed, and he asked to speak with Mungo. The 2 old hobbits sat together on a bench overlooking the fields, watching the sun set in gold and crimson glory. "I was wrong," Otho said simply. "I came here years ago demanding secrets, and I went away angry when you offered me wisdom instead. I thought you were being deliberately obscure, hiding your advantages. But I understand now. There was nothing to hide. I was simply not ready to see what was being offered." Mungo nodded, but said nothing, letting Otho continue. "I have spent these years trying to force my plants to grow, trying to dominate and control my fields, and the harder I tried, the worse the results became. Only recently did I begin to understand that I was fighting against the very thing I claimed to want. I was so focused on success that I could not be present to the work itself. I was so worried about proving myself that I could not learn anything new. And now," Mungo asked gently, "now I am old and my pipeweed is still mediocre, and my pride is in tatters. But I finally learned to pay attention, to be present, to work with rather than against. And while my crop may never match yours, the work itself has become a joy rather than a burden. I suppose that is worth something." Mungo smiled and placed his hand on Otho's shoulder. "It is worth everything, my friend. The pipeweed is just pipeweed, but the quality of your days, the peace in your heart, the presence with which you meet each moment, that is what matters. You have learned the most important lesson. Everything else is just details." As the years continued their dance, Mungo Brownlock grew older and frailer. His sons took on more of the physical work, but his presence remained the heart of the farm. He would walk the field slowly, leaning on his stick, observing and occasionally offering a quiet word of guidance. But mostly he just watched his sons work, his face peaceful and content. One spring morning, when the new pipeweed plants were just beginning to push through the earth, Mungo called his sons together. They gathered around his bed, for he was too weak now to rise, and they saw in his eyes that the end was near. "My dear boys," he said, his voice soft but clear, "I have something to give you. Do you remember the box I showed you when you first returned from your year of wandering? The box that contained only a mirror?" They nodded, remembering. "I told you then that the secret of Brownlock's best was to know yourself. That remains true. But there is another secret, one I have not spoken of until now. Would you like to hear it?" Seven heads nodded eagerly. Mungo smiled. "The secret is that there is no secret. There never was. Everything I learned by paying attention, by being present, by bringing my whole self to my work and my life. There is no magic, no special formula, no hidden knowledge. There is only the practice of wisdom, moment by moment, day by day, for as long as you live. That is the inheritance I leave you. Not a recipe or a technique, but a way of being. Practice it faithfully, teach it freely to those who are ready to learn, and pass it on to your children when their time comes." He closed his eyes, his face serene. "I am content. I have lived a good life, done meaningful work, raised fine sons. What more could any hobbit ask?" In the days that followed, the Shire mourned the passing of Mungo Brownlock. Hobbits came from all corners of the land to pay their respects, for he had been known far and wide not just for his pipeweed but for his wisdom and kindness. And at his funeral the seven sons stood together and made a promise to continue the work their father had begun, to maintain the fields not just as a business but as a practice of wisdom, a way of being in the world with presence and attention and love. And so the story passed into legend. In the years that followed, the tale of Mungo Brownlock and his seven sons became one of the cherished stories of the Shire, told around fires on winter evenings and passed down through generations. The Brownlock farm continued to produce the finest pipeweed in the land, and the family's wisdom spread slowly through the Shire, carried by those who'd learned to see with clear eyes and work with whole hearts. Old Hobbit gaffers, smoking their pipes on summer evenings, would tell the youngsters about the year the seven sons went wandering, about the lessons they learned and the wisdom they brought home. They would speak of presence and attention, of bringing your whole self to your work, of the difference between skill and wisdom. And some of the youngsters would listen and understand, while others would nod politely and go back to their own concerns, not yet ready for such teachings. But that was all right, for as Mungo had learned and taught, wisdom cannot be forced. It can only be offered to those who are ready to receive it. And the offer itself, given freely without expectation or demand, is a gift that keeps on giving, flowing down through the generations like a river that never runs dry, nourishing all who come to drink with open hearts and willing minds. And that, dear friends, is how the Brownlocks became the wisest pipeweed growers in all the Shire, and how their legend lives on to this very day. A reminder that the greatest secrets are often the simplest truths, and that wisdom is not something you possess, but something you practice moment by moment, breath by breath, for all the days of your life.